Hey there, friends. I have something special just for you. Get ready to dive into a world of haunting mysteries and spine-chilling adventures. Have you ever felt the eerie silence of a playground at night? Or found yourself lost in a magical forest that seems to change around you? Well, today, I'm taking you on a journey filled with ghostly whispers and unsettling secrets. Make sure to hit that subscribe button because you won't want to miss a single moment. And I'd love to hear where you're listening from, so drop a comment below. Now, let's unravel these chilling tales together. Don't forget to click the link in the description to learn more about a fantastic dietary supplement I want to share with you. Let's jump right into the story. The sky was a deep, inky blue as I stepped into the playground, the chilly air wrapping around me like a ghostly blanket. My job as a security guard meant I'd seen this place many times before, but tonight felt different. The darkness whispered secrets, and I could hear something that made my heart race. A soft giggle followed by the unmistakable sound of children playing. I peered into the shadows. The swings creaked gently, even though there wasn't a breeze, and the merry-go-round turned slowly, as if invisible hands were pushing it. "Hello!" I called out, my voice echoing in the stillness. The sound of laughter faded, leaving only the rustling leaves. I shook my head, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Children had played here once, long ago, before tragedy struck. Weeks passed, and the haunting laughter returned more often, always weaving in and out of my nights. I started to dig through old records at the school, searching for answers. It was there I discovered the truth. A terrible accident that claimed the lives of several children right there on that playground years ago. I couldn't help but feel deep sorrow for their lost innocence, as if the ghosts of their laughter were lingering, trapped and seeking release. One night, the air grew even colder than usual, and I felt an overwhelming urge to go back outside. The haunting sounds beckoned me. As I stepped onto the damp grass, I noticed something strange. The merry-go-round spun wildly now, and shadows darted in the corner of my vision. I could hear faint whispers, and my heart pounded as I turned to look closer at the swings. Suddenly, a chilly breeze swept past, sending a shiver down my spine. I saw them, small figures, shimmering like reflections on water, laughing and playing. They streaked across the playground, their joy mingling with sorrow. I wanted to reach out to them, to comfort them, but I couldn't move. My feet felt glued to the ground. I decided then I had to find a way to help them. Intrigued and terrified, I started to speak to them, telling them about my life and how the world had changed since they left. But instead of calming down, they grew restless. Their laughter turned to cries, echoing in the chilly night air. "Help us! Help us!" they chanted, their voices like a hollow wind. Feeling desperate, I ran back inside to look for a way to bring them peace. Holding on to the hope of some ancient ritual or forgotten custom, I stumbled across stories about how to comfort restless spirits. I felt a strange connection to them, a need to bring closure to their lost little souls. That same night, I returned to the playground with candles and flowers, offering them a piece of my heart. I whispered promises of remembrance as I lit each candle, the flames flickering in the cool night breeze. The sounds of the children grew louder. I could almost feel their tiny hands reaching out to me. I realized they wanted to be acknowledged, to be remembered. Suddenly, the laughter turned into a cacophony of cries. The shadows swirled around me, and I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. "We are lost," they wailed. The world spun, and the playground dissolved into darkness. I clutched the flowers tightly as everything around me began to transform. I found myself in a dense forest, the trees towering high, their branches twisting and turning unlike anything I had ever seen. It was as if the landscape was shifting beneath my feet. I stumbled through the underbrush, calling out for help, desperate to escape this strange place. "This isn't where I belong," I shouted, but the only response was the rustling of leaves and the deepening silence. In the heart of that eerie wood, I could feel it, a presence watching me, lurking just out of sight. I could hear whispers again, soft and pleading. "Help us," they echoed. The trees twisted into grotesque shapes, their trunks stretching and bending, creating an enchanting yet terrifying labyrinth. No matter which direction I turned, the forest shifted, disorienting me further. As the shadows grew thicker, I saw glimpses of the children, their translucent forms flitting between the trees. I followed their laughter, hoping they would lead me to safety. But the deeper I ventured, the more alive the forest seemed. The ground squelched beneath my feet, and branches clawed at my clothes as I tried to navigate the endless maze. I could hardly breathe from the weight of fear pressing down on my chest. I screamed for help, but the echoes swallowed my words. Panic surged within me as I felt the landscape twist again, each tree now a cruel reminder of what I would never find. I spotted faces in the bark. Were they the spirits of the lost children? "Follow us," they beckoned, their voices a haunting melody. I didn't trust them. I took a step back. But then, a cool, gentle breeze wrapped around me, and I knew I had to choose. The light of the moon barely pierced through the canopy, but I could see paths forming between the trees. I took a breath and moved forward. With every step, the forest grew darker, the trees whispering secrets of sorrow. I saw them again, just ahead, their tiny hands outstretched. "Come play," they urged, giggling sweetly. I felt the tug of their laughter against my heart, the innocence so stark against the forest darkness. But the deeper I went, the more fear built inside me. This was no game. This was survival. "Help us," they cried again, their voices turning from playful to desperate. There was a sudden crack, and I felt I was not alone anymore. Something sinister was watching, an unseen presence. My heart raced as I turned around, sensing eyes in the shadows. The laughter morphed into wind, filling my ears with chaotic sounds. I ran, not knowing where to go, the figures darting around me like flickering shadows. Terror consumed me as I twisted through the ever-changing woods, branches snatching at my clothes, roots lurching at my feet as I stumbled blindly forward. I could feel the forest trying to keep me deep within its grasp, but I fought against it with every ounce of strength I had. Then I realized I needed to confront this haunting to find a way out. I took a deep breath, calling out to the children. "I will remember you. I will not let you be forgotten." The air shifted, and a calm washed over me. The children's laughter echoed softly, and the forest seemed to quiver, hesitating for the first time since I arrived. Suddenly, everything felt different. The trees stopped twisting, and a clear path opened before me, light breaking through the foliage. I rushed toward it, hearing the whispers nagging in my ears. "Help us," they continued, but now it felt more like a farewell. As I stepped into the clearing, I turned back to see the shadows gathering at the edge of the forest, the children's faces now etched with gratitude instead of despair. I smiled, feeling a flicker of hope. They did not want to be forgotten, and I promised to tell their stories, to carry their laughter with me everywhere I went. The moon shone brightly as I stepped back into the world I knew. I listened to the wind carrying echoes of childhood laughter behind me, the haunting innocence still lingering, yet now filled with purpose. I would share their stories and ensure that the magic of the forgotten would never fade away from memory. And so, friends, remember, sometimes our journeys take us to the very places we fear the most, only to show us the beauty of remembrance beneath the tears of loss. If you enjoyed this tale and want to learn more about keeping your own spirit alive through health and wellness, don't forget to click the link in the description. The journey always continues. As I stood at the edge of the clearing, I felt a chill race down my spine, like icy fingers brushing against my neck. The shadows from the forest moved slowly, almost like they were alive, swirling, whispering secrets only I could hear. I turned away, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. But the air felt heavy, and I could still hear the faint echoes of laughter, wrapping around me like a shroud, refusing to let go. The night was darker now. I quickly glanced back at the trees, their branches stretching like skeletal fingers, as if trying to grasp me and pull me back. I tried to convince myself it was just the forest playing tricks, but something deep inside told me this wasn't over. It was then I noticed a figure at the edge of the woods, standing just beyond the reach of the moonlight. My heart raced. The figure looked like a child, with bright eyes that glinted in the dark. I blinked hard, trying to distinguish between reality and illusion. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly, echoing between the trees. The figure didn't move, just stood there, staring at me. I felt a pull, a strange urge to step closer, despite the fear clawing at my throat. As I took a tentative step forward, the child suddenly vanished in a thin air, disappearing like smoke in the wind. "No! Come back!" I yelled, my voice filled with desperation. I knew I had to follow, an instinct urging me onward. The laughter surged back, but it wasn't joyful anymore. It felt twisted, almost mocking. I ran toward the spot where I had seen the little one, my breath coming in fast gasps. The trees closed in around me, their bark shifting and seeming to whisper the names of the lost children. "They're playing with you," a voice seemed to echo, but not from any one place. It felt like the forest itself was speaking. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shifted. I lost my footing and stumbled into a small, hidden glade. Moonlight spilled into this secluded space, illuminating a small wooden playhouse, old and decaying. The paint was chipped, and vines snaked around its edges, clutching it like a forgotten treasure. My heartbeat pounded in my ears as I steeled myself and approached, uncertain of what lay inside. Just as my fingers brushed against the splintered wood, I heard that soft giggle again, now vibrant and alive, echoing from within the playhouse. The sound sent a thrill of fear through me, but I couldn't help my curiosity. Swallowing the knot in my throat, I pushed the door open. It creaked loudly, the sound resonating through the still air as I stepped inside. The interior was dark, yet all around appeared to be toys scattered everywhere. But they were different than I expected. They seemed worn, like they had been played with only moments before, yet dust covered them like a shroud. The sight made me uneasy. I noticed a small rocking horse in the corner, its mane flowing like it had just been ridden. "Why is everything still here?" I murmured under my breath, my mind racing with dread. I felt a chill sweep through the air as I ventured deeper into the playhouse. The laughter returned, now layered with a sense of urgency. "Help us! Help us!" It grew louder, wrapping around me like a thick fog. My heart pounded harder, the sound almost drowning out the whispers. Suddenly, I felt a cold breeze brush past me, and the door swung shut with a force too strong for a mere gust of wind. I was trapped. Panic rose within me as I pulled at the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The walls began to close in as shadows flickered around me, and I could have sworn I saw faces forming in the walls, faces frozen in delight, yet tinged with despair. I stumbled back, my hands brushing against the wall, and that's when I saw it. A small mirror, cracked and dusty, reflecting not just my own terrified face, but also other shapes behind me. Little children peering out from the shadows with wide, haunting eyes. I choked back a scream, feeling their desperate need wash over me. They longed for something, someone to remember them, to acknowledge their existence. "Why are you here?" I whispered, reaching out to the mirror, but the glass felt cold and lifeless. Then, as my fingers touched the surface, the mirror rippled like water. I gasped, pulling back, but the connection was already made. Images flashed before me, fragments of memories, splashes of laughter transformed into screams, twisted scenes of joy overturned by tragedy. I saw the children playing here, the light in their eyes, and then the shadows creeping in, the darkness swallowing them whole. I could feel their anguish. It pierced my heart like a knife. Driven by desperation, I shouted into the void, "I won't forget you." A deep silence fell suddenly, and the shadows paused. The air grew thick with tension, as if the forest was holding its breath. I could feel the spirits shifting around me, their energy swirling in the air. The laughter faded, replaced by a haunting stillness, and I braced myself for whatever was to come next. Then, as if answering my plea, the walls of the playhouse began to tremble, and the very ground shook beneath me. The mirror reflected not just my face, but a kaleidoscope of emotions. Fear, sadness, joy, and yearning. I felt as if I had unearthed something buried deep within the forest, a pain that had festered since that night long ago. Suddenly, a soft glow emanated from the mirror, illuminating the room with an eerie light. The toys began to rattle as if stirred by unseen hands. I could see the silhouettes of children forming in the glow, their faces appearing clearer now, each child shining with an otherworldly light. They were happy yet trapped, lost between worlds. "Just let us go," a soft voice pleaded, clear above the cacophony of whispers. My heart ached as I realized they didn't want to scare me. They just wanted to be free. They wanted me to remember them, not to let them fade into nothingness. But as the realization settled in, the shadows began to twist and writhe wildly, the atmosphere thickening. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed. "What can I do?" I cried, my voice cracking as panic bubbled within me once more. The shadows seemed to close in, moving closer, and I felt the air grow heavy with despair, my breath hitching. "Remember us," they chanted, echoing through the darkness, the essence of their plea woven into the very fabric of the air around me. I closed my eyes, feeling their anguish seep into my bones, mingling with my own fear. I needed to anchor this moment, to commit their stories to my heart so they could rise rather than be trapped in sorrow forever. Determined, I recited their names aloud, the words heavy but freeing. Lucy, Sam, Emma, Jacob. With each name, I felt the weight of their stories resonate, pushing back against the oppressive. Shadows. The energy shifted again, the darkness swirling in a dance of frustration. I could feel the ground beneath me vibrate with an ancient power. I opened my eyes, and the mirror seemed to pulse with a soft glow, warming the atmosphere around me. As I continued to speak their names, the children twirled around me, their laughter returning, pure and clear. They began to shimmer, and I realized their spirits were lifting, floating toward that light, a door to a place beyond their pain. I could feel their gratitude washing over me like a warm wave. "Thank you, thank you," they whispered in unison as the shadows shrank, retreating back into the corners of the playhouse, their grip on the world loosening. But even as they began to fade, a warning whispered through the air. A chilling gust of wind made my heart race. "We'll always be here," the last echoes of laughter reverberated, leaving me in a silence that buzzed with lingering energy. And then, in an instant, the playhouse transformed. The toys melted away, the walls softened into trees, and a cloister of starlight surrounded me. I emerged blinking into the moonlit forest, free yet burdened with their memories. The trees felt different now, tall and ancient but no longer menacing. But just then, I noticed a shadow shift behind me, and my heart dropped again. "You might have freed the others," a voice hissed, low and sinister, sending shivers down my spine. "But you still have much to learn." I turned slowly, the air thickening with dread, my heart pounding again as I faced whatever darkness lurked at the edge of the light. The adventure was far from over, and I knew deep down that the haunting wouldn't release its grip so easily. I had stirred up something that wanted to be released, something dark and ancient lying just beyond the light. Was I truly safe? Or had I just opened a door to something even more terrifying? I stood frozen, the cold air wrapping around me like a vice, as the darkness seemed to pulse with life. The voice, smooth like ice, echoed in my ears again. "You've opened a door that shouldn't have been touched." Every instinct in me screamed to flee, yet my feet felt rooted to the ground. The shadows coiled around me, thickening and darkening the air as if waiting for my next move. "Who are you?" I demanded, forcing my voice to stay steady even as fear clawed at my throat. From the depths of the shadows, a figure began to emerge, slowly at first, like smoke swirling into a solid shape. As the figure came closer, I could make out its features: a pale face, hollow eyes that glinted like shards of glass, and a twisted smile that stretched too wide across its ghostly visage. "Just a friend," it said, the voice dripping with mockery. "And I'm here to help you." I shook my head, instinctively backing away, but the shadows shifted in a dance, constricting my escape. "You don't need help," I shouted, but deep down, I wasn't so sure anymore. The air thickened, making it hard to breathe. I could taste electric fear on my tongue. "What do you want from me?" "Want?" it replied, lips curling into a sneer. "Oh, I'm not looking for anything. I am simply here to remind you that your actions have consequences." The chill in its voice resonated with the darkness around me. "You've awoken the sleeping spirits, but not all of them are harmless." Suddenly, the shadows behind it contorted, revealing glimpses of faces that seemed trapped, twisted in expressions of anguish. Their mouths opened as if to scream, but no sound emerged. I could see the desperation in their eyes, reflecting the pain I felt in that moment. I didn't mean to disturb them, I pleaded, my voice barely more than a whisper, drowning in the weight of despair settling around me. "I just wanted to help." "And you did help," the figure said, taking a step closer. "But the forest demands a payment. Spirits cannot be freed without a cost." Panic surged through me, and I turned sharply, searching for any way to escape this nightmare. Just then, I caught sight of the trees swaying in the darkness, as if whispering secrets to one another. Their branches twisted and gnarled, forming grotesque shapes that reached out like claws toward me. I felt their presence surge, a wave of ancient power trembling beneath my feet, reminding me that I was in a realm far removed from reality. Suddenly, the ground shuddered, and the shadows erupted around me, forming thick tendrils that snaked toward my ankles, pulling me deeper into the darkness. "No!" I screamed, fighting against their grasp. But the more I struggled, the firmer they held me. I looked back at the figure, the grin widening as it relished in my panic. "You wanted to remember them," it taunted, leaning closer until I could see the twisted darkness swirling in its eyes. "But now you must become part of their story. Forever." The shadows began to climb higher, wrapping around my torso, constricting like a noose. I felt suffocated, the chill of the air seeping deeper into my bones. "Please, I don't want this," I cried out, my thoughts racing as I struggled against the shadows binding me. Just then, I remembered the names I had whispered, the names of the children. "Lucy, Sam, Emma, Jacob," I shouted, hoping that invoking them might help break this sinister spell. As I chanted their names, the shadows shivered, undulating around me. Their twisting forms seemed to hesitate, and for a moment, I could have sworn I heard faint echoes of joy mixed with sorrow. "Your voice cannot save you now," the figure hissed, frustration creeping into its tone. "They are merely echoes in the dark, lost like you. Embrace your fate." At that moment, something within me ignited. I wasn't going to let this darkness consume me. Not now, not ever. Drawing on the energy of the names I had called, I summoned every ounce of strength and courage. "I will not be forgotten," I screamed. The shadows recoiled slightly, giving me a moment to breathe, a glimmer of the moonlight breaking through the canopy overhead. Seizing my chance, I took a step back and pushed against the darkness, feeling the pull of the forest as it fought to keep me ensnared. "You may have taken others, but you won't take me." The figure's expression twisted in rage, and the shadows writhed violently, clawing at my skin. I felt their desperation as they tried to drag me back into the depths of the earth, the pain of long-lost spirits pressing against me. But as I stood firm, I felt warmth rising within me. The names of the children echoed like a heartbeat. I could almost see them, their bright eyes shining through the shadows, pulling me back. Remember us, they chanted, their voices weaving a protective cocoon around me. In that moment, I understood it wasn't just up to me to carry their memories. They were fighting alongside me. I could feel the transformative power of their voices coursing through my veins. "With your light, I will shine," I declared, taking another step back and reaching for the glow of the moonlight filtering down through the branches. A powerful surge of energy flowed through me, radiating outwards like a beacon. All at once, the shadows recoiled, twisting and screeching in dismay, losing their grip on me. I felt a rush of heat, the pressing darkness melting away as the children's laughter echoed in defiance. The figure, now losing its form, hissed and recoiled, its smile faltering. "You think this power can protect you?" It spat, rage boiling in its tone. "You are nothing but a child playing with forces you cannot begin to understand." I didn't care. I could feel the bond with the spirits strengthening, a fierce chain of light interwoven with their names, binding us together. The impulse surged through me like a tidal wave, pushing against the dark. "I am strong. I will tell your stories." The shadows clawed and writhed, but I pressed forward, urging the spirits to join me. Lucy, Sam, Emma, Jacob. Together we are unstoppable. With a final, desperate shout, I reached out into the enveloping gloom. The tendrils faltered, and in that electrifying moment, the shadows burst apart, scattering like smoke in the wind. The forest trembled, and suddenly I was free. My feet hit the ground, the grip of despair lifting as if it had never been there. I gasped for air, heart racing and body trembling, the voices of the children merging into a harmonious chorus. The darkness receded into the depths of the woods, defeated, leaving only the memories and laughter echoing softly in the night. But just as I began to catch my breath, I saw something at the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement in the shadows that remained. My heart dropped again. The figure had not vanished entirely. It stood lurking at the edge of the clearing. Even as the shadows trembled, it had not surrendered. "I'll be waiting," it hissed, its voice fading into the wind like a warning. A sudden sense of dread washed over me, but I knew one thing for sure. I had awakened to battle, not just for the lost children's spirits, but for my very soul. The night was far from over, and the forest still held its secrets close to its chest. The journey wasn't complete, and I had to be ready for whatever awaited me next. With determination, I turned toward the path that led through the trees, knowing I had a mission now, a quest not only to remember, but to protect those who had been lost to the darkness. I stepped forward, feeling an invigorating pulse of energy as I ventured deeper into the woods, ready to face whatever haunted shadows lay ahead. I pressed forward into the thickening darkness, heart pounding wildly in my chest. The path twisted like a serpent through the trees, each step echoing in the silence that surrounded me. The shadows felt alive, whispering around me, teasing me with memories of those lost children. I strained to hear them, longing for their laughter, but every stitch of joy was swallowed by the eerie stillness of the woods. With every breath I took, the air seemed colder, pressing in like a vice. Light from the moon barely made it through the canopy above, casting ghostly silhouettes on the ground. I felt eyes on me, watchful, hungry, and sinister. The comforting notion that I could simply walk away began to fade. This place was changing me, shifting me beneath its dark influence. Then, off to my right, I noticed something flashing in the gloom, a shimmer like glass. Curiosity pushed me forward despite the dread crawling up my spine. As I approached, I found that the shadows parted, revealing a small clearing. And in the center stood an old, cracked mirror propped against a gnarled tree. The surface rippled like water when I stepped closer, reflecting not just my image but also distorted faces from behind me, screaming silently for help. I gasped, recoiling from the terror that twisted through my gut. The mirror pulsed with an otherworldly energy, swallowing the dim light and casting shadows that danced around me like twisted puppets. I was drawn to it, the longing to understand more overpowering any shred of caution left in me. As I reached out, the air grew suddenly frigid, biting into my skin. The glass shimmered again, and this time I could make out words, names etched into the surface in flowing script. Lucy, Emma, Sam, Jacob. I felt a deep connection to them, like an invisible thread pulling me closer. "No, not again!" I shouted, stepping back as a feeling of dread washed over me. Then I saw it. A chilling figure standing just behind the mirror, half hidden in the shadows. It was a child, but something was deeply wrong. Their eyes were dark pits, devoid of life, and their mouth twisted into an unnatural grin that sent a shiver down my spine. "You found us," it whispered, the voice a sweet melody tainted with malice. "But now you must join us." Panic surged within me. I turned to run, but the darkness had shifted, blocking my path with writhing shadows that coiled like serpents. I felt trapped, the weight of countless eyes watching me from the gloom. "You cannot escape," the voice continued, now echoing all around me. "You have awakened what was sleeping, and now you must face the consequences." I gasped for breath, trying to gather my thoughts as I fought against the panic rising in me like bile. Suddenly, the mirror shook violently, and the surface rippled like liquid. Images flashed before my eyes, scenes of children playing, laughter ringing out, and then the darkness crashing down, engulfing them in despair. Their joy was snuffed out like a candle's light, replaced by anguished screams that echoed through time. "Help us!" The child's voice croaked from the shadows, a song of misery threading through the air. "You have to help us finish what we started." The shadows closed in tighter, pressing against me like a suffocating blanket. I felt their icy fingers gripping my throat, constricting my breath. "What do you want from me?" I gasped, fear knotting painfully in my stomach. "Remember us," they cried, desperation lacing the melody. "We need you to set us free." The air crackled with urgency, and I sensed something enormous shifting beneath the forest floor. The ground trembled with the weight of unshed tears, and roots broke through the earth, twisting and writhing like snakes. My heart raced as I understood. This forest was not merely a collection of trees. It was a living entity, a keeper of secrets and sorrows. "Not everyone can be saved," I shouted, my voice trembling even as I fought against the encroaching dread. "What can I do?" "Trade," the figure whispered, its voice a chilling breeze. "Trade your light for ours." A sharp knife of fear cut through my heart. They wanted me to sacrifice myself? But was it really a sacrifice, or a chance to break the cycle of despair? I could feel their sadness deep, the weight of their unfinished stories pressing on my shoulders. The shadows loomed larger, encircling me with their dark intention, and I knew I had to make a choice. I took a breath, steeling my resolve. "I will do it," I declared, my voice steady despite the rising fear within me. "I will remember you, but you must promise to let me go." As I spoke those words, the mirror erupted with light, spilling brilliant rays that broke through the darkness surrounding me. The ethereal glow lit up the clearing, illuminating the faces peering from the shadows. Their eyes widened in surprise, then in hope. "Remember us," they chanted, a unified plea that hummed in the air, rising with an energy that resonated through the trees. The trembling roots coiled around my legs, but rather than pulling me under, they lifted me slightly off the ground, cradling me in a protective embrace. I felt warmth surge through me, sending comforting waves that chased the chill from my bones. The figures in the shadows seemed to glow, their forms flickering with a bright light that pulsed to the rhythm of my heart. "Embrace us, embrace the light of our stories," they cried out, and suddenly, I understood. I was a lifeline, a bridge between their world and the living. If I remembered their names, their stories, they wouldn't fade away into the dark. With a renewed sense of commitment, I repeated their names, a mantra of remembrance, a litany of hope. Lucy, Emma, Sam, Jacob. Your laughter, your love, your lives matter. Each name lifted the weight pressing down on me, scattering the shadows like mist in sunlight. The mirror pulsed brighter, the darkness flaring around the edges like a puppet whose strings had been severed. But as I leaned into the warmth, an echo of the figure's voice rang out from behind me, icy and full of malice. "You cannot escape forever," it screeched, its voice laced with fury. "You are tied to us now. You cannot flee the forest's grip." I felt the shadows retreat slightly, but the threat still lingered. I was caught in a battle between light and dark, hope and despair. The forest throbbed beneath me, alive and restless, the spirits flickering like candle flames caught in the wind. "I will not let you take me," I shouted defiantly, feeling the power of their memories surrounding me like a shield. My heart raced as the warmth locked me in, protecting me from the darkness. And then I saw it, a path splitting away from the clearing, illuminated by an otherworldly glow. It beckoned me forward, a lifeline through the chaos. "This way," the children's voices echoed gently, urging me to follow the light. But the dark figure let out a piercing wail, a sound that reverberated through the trees, twisting them into grotesque shapes. "You will regret this choice. There is nowhere to hide." The warning hung in the air, a bitter promise of chasing shadows. With a final breath, I turned and ran toward the luminous path. The darkness pursued, tendrils snaking around my legs, trying to drag me back into its depths. My pulse quickened as my feet pounded against the earth, each step a frantic battle against the chilling pull. The light glowed brighter, urging me on, promising me safety, a sanctuary from the tormented whispers of the forest. The shadows lunged, reaching for me, their icy fingers brushing against my back. I felt the cold seep into my bones, panic coursing through me. But as I drew closer to the radiant path, adrenaline surged. My spirit soared with determination. "You may chase me, but you will never catch me," I shouted, pushing myself to go faster. Every inch toward the light deepened my resolve, the haunted cries of the forest pushing me to break free. In that moment, I knew my journey had only just begun. I pushed forward, the light growing brighter as I ran. The twisted trees flanked me, their branches clawing at my clothing, trying to pull me back into the darkness that lurked behind. Panic surged within me, urging me to run faster. But the shadows behind me felt alive, writhing and howling with rage. The forest was fighting, desperate to reclaim what it had lost, and I was merely a fleeting spark of hope in its relentless night. The ground shifted under my feet, roots erupting upwards as if the earth itself was trying to entrap me. I stumbled, my heart racing, breath coming in rapid bursts. Just when despair threatened to swallow me whole, I reached the edge of the illuminated path. It pulsed with energy, promising safety and refuge. I had to believe it would lead me to freedom, but as I stepped onto the light, a cold gust of wind swept through the clearing, carrying with it the angry whispers of the shadows. "You think the light can save you?" The voices taunted, coming from all directions, echoing deep within the woods. "You will never be free from us. You cannot escape your fate." Those words hung heavy in the air, wrapping around me like chains. It was as if the forest itself was alive, an entity of chaos and despair that had grown stronger in my attempt to flee. The warmth of the light enveloped me, but dread clung to my skin, and I knew the threat was far from over. I forced my legs to move, knowing I couldn't stop. Each step down the glowing path felt energized, as if the light filled my veins with renewed strength. But the shadows didn't relent. They chased me, creeping closer, forming monstrous shapes that danced out of the corner of my eye. I could hear them now, whispers of anger, sadness, echoes of the children who had come before me. "Save us," they cried, a chorus of lost souls reaching out from the darkness. Suddenly, the path began to narrow, twisting between trees that loomed overhead. The light flickered, casting haunting shadows that twisted and morphed into grotesque shapes. I kept moving, but an unsettling feeling settled in my bones. The light began to dim, squeezing me between the encroaching trees and the pulsating darkness around me. The air grew thicker, a weight pressing down on me with every breath. I could feel the chill in my bones becoming unbearable. Desperation flooded through me, and I turned to face the shadows as I ran. "Leave me alone!" I screamed, my voice trembling with the force of my fear. "I'm not afraid of you." The words felt weak in my mouth, but I pushed forward, drawing strength from my resolve to protect the memories of those children. As I turned back to the path, I spotted something faintly glowing among the roots. It was a small, glimmering object. I hesitated for only a moment before bending down to grab it. It was a locket, delicate and tarnished, but it felt warm in my hands. I opened it, and a picture of a smiling girl flashed before me. Lucy. In that instant, the shadows recoiled, gasping as if I had doused them in holy water. I looked up, and their forms wavered, giving me the briefest glimpse of the children's faces, distorted in fear and longing. I held the locket tightly, feeling its warmth radiate outwards, creating a barrier against the encroaching darkness. "I won't forget you," I vowed, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. "I will share your stories. I will keep your memories alive." The shadows shrieked, a cacophony of pain piercing the air. They swirled, swirling into a storm of despair. But as they closed in, I lifted the locket higher, feeling an energy pulsing within it. "Go back to the darkness," I cried, a fire igniting in my heart. "You cannot take me or any more lives." The locket glowed brighter, and the shadows recoiled again, their ghastly forms flickering. They rushed at me, but I stood strong, feeling the love and memories of the children pouring through me, wrapping me in a protective embrace. "You're not alone," I yelled, invoking the power of their stories, invoking their voices to push back against the darkness. Suddenly, the ground beneath me shook violently. The trees creaked and groaned, as if the very forest was in agony. A blinding light erupted from the locket, illuminating everything in its path. Shadows screamed as they were engulfed, writhing in fury as they were pulled back into the night. I shielded my eyes, a warmth rolling through me, both terrifying and exhilarating. The children's laughter echoed all around, mingling with the light, a melody of hope breaking the silence, drowning out the cries of the shadows. Their spirits soared, bolstered by the power of their memories, pushing through the dark barriers that had held them captive for so long. But the darkness wouldn't be so easily subdued. In a final burst of rage, the figure materialized again, larger than before, towering over me like a storm cloud ready to strike. "You think you can defeat me? I am eternal. I thrive on the sadness of lost children." I felt fear grip my heart again, but I squared my shoulders. "No more," I shouted, steel in my voice. "You will not take another child. Their laughter will spread through every shadow, every corner of this forest." In that instant, I could sense the children gathering around me, their presence like a soft halo of light pushing against the figure. "You are nothing but a thief of joy," I said fiercely. "You will never have them again." The ground shook violently again, and the dark figure screeched, its form twisting and contorting, desperate to maintain its grip. But the warmth, the light from the locket pulsed, mixing with the whispers of laughter echoing in my mind. "Remember us," they chimed, each name coinciding with the heartbeat of hope that surged through me. With a fierce cry of determination, I pushed the locket forward, focusing all the energy I had. The light exploded outward, creating a blinding shockwave that swept through the clearing, washing away the shadows left in their wake. The figure shrieked again, a sound that echoed into the depths of the night, as the darkness unraveled like a thread pulled from a fabric. Light surged through the trees, suffusing every inch of the forest. I could see the children all around me, their faces bright, smiles radiant with joy. "Thank you." Lucy's voice rang clear, along with the voices of all the others, resonating in an uplifting crescendo as they danced amongst the rays of light. But just as I began to feel a sense of victory, the clearing began to shift. The trees warped and twisted, the ground undulating beneath my feet. "No, this can't be happening." A pang of fear clawed at my chest. The warmth around me began to dissipate, the joy fading into a chilling silence. I stumbled back, looking around as the ground opened up like a black maw. The shadows gathered again, snaking toward me, vengeful spirits reaching out, their touch icy against my skin. You think you can escape? You are never truly free from us. I had awoken something far more powerful than I anticipated, and as the darkness surged forward, I realized the fight was far from over. I had opened a door, and this time the darkness threatened to devour me whole. My heart raced, no longer fueled by hope, but by sheer terror as I grappled with the magnitude of the haunting before me. Not again, I breathed, my voice lost in the chaos as I took a deep breath, preparing to fight back against the wave of despair. I had to remember the strength of those who came before me, the power of their laughter and light. The battle was just beginning, and I wouldn't surrender without a fight. The ground shook violently, and I felt myself being pulled toward the gaping darkness. Panic surged in my veins, causing my heart to race faster than I ever thought possible. I could hear the whispers of the shadows crawling back into the edges of the forest, their voices thick with malice and hungry for despair. "You can't escape what you don't understand," they hissed, echoing around me like a dreadful lullaby. The air grew colder, wrapping around me like icy chains, fading the warmth I had felt moments before. The faces of the children flickered in the light, and I could see their expressions of fear morph into anguish as they realized the danger was returning. "Help us!" Their voices mingled together, a chorus of desperation reverberating through the now darkening clearing. I felt the weight of their plea pressing down on me. "Stay with me," I called out, feeling my resolve strengthen. "Together we can break this." The locket still pulsed in my hands, but as I focused, the light began to flicker and wane. The shadows were pushing hard against the brightness, attempting to snuff it out entirely. I could sense their fury, twisting and curling like smoke around my legs. Fueled by instinct, I took a step back, trying to gather my breath, my thoughts. I could feel the dread creeping in, immobilizing my body as the shadows crept closer. I thought of Lucy, of all the lost souls who had been friendlier, their laughter now choked by despair. I couldn't let this dark entity take them from me again. "Enough!" I shouted into the abyss, raising the locket high above my head. "I will remember you. Your stories will not disappear." The ground trembled even more violently now, as if the entity itself was reacting to my words. The darkness swelled, roiling like an angry storm, and a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the clearing. "You think your memories can stop me? I thrive on the fear of the lost." As the shadows lunged at me, I stumbled backward. My pulse pounded in my ears, drowning out everything else. It felt like time slowed down. I could see the darkness consolidating into a figure, a swirling mass of anguish that took an almost human shape, its eyes glowing a malevolent red. Desperation clawed at my throat, and I glanced at the locket in my trembling hands. It was my only defense, my lifeline to the light. I could feel the energy pulsing, begging me to once more draw upon the faces and stories of those trapped in this nightmare. With a fierce determination, I screamed, "You won't take them. I will fight you." I envisioned Lucy's happy face, the laughter of all the children who had been stolen from the light. In that moment, I concentrated all my fear, anger, and determination into the locket, feeling it warm against my palm. The shadows recoiled for a heartbeat, hesitating as if struck. That fleeting moment ignited something within me, a fire fueled by purpose. I surged forward, driving the locket deeper into the darkness, crying out their names one by one. "Lucy, Emma, Sam, Jacob, I will remember." Suddenly, the darkness writhed in agony as the light burst forth with renewed vigor, filling the clearing with a radiant glow that pushed against the encroaching shadows. I could see them retreating, hissing as if scorched. The figure roared, a sound that reverberated through the air like the crack of thunder. "No, you cannot win this fight." The ground rumbled once again as the shadows twisted and contorted, trying to break away from the light. But I pressed onward, shouting louder, "You will not hold them captive anymore." My voice rang out with a confidence I didn't know I possessed, bolstered by the presence of the children whose stories I vowed to protect. In that instant, I felt their spirits coalescing around me, an ethereal warmth bolstering my resolve. Their laughter echoed in the trees, a cacophony of joy that infused the air with light. I took a deep breath, knowing I had to let go of my own fear. "You are not alone. We will shine together." Every word sparked a brilliant flash of light, surrounding me as beams of energy radiated outward. The darkness wailed, twisting back in an attempt to shield itself. But each shriek only fueled the mean growing within me. I could feel the power of the children within the locket calling out to me, guiding me, urging me to fight for them. "Remember us." They floated through the air, their voices rising like a song, filling me with courage. The shadows crept closer again, but I refused to let them consume me. "I will not let fear silence your laughter any longer." As I shouted, the trees around me began to glow, their trunks flashing with brilliant light, all feeding into the force I was unleashing. The shadows shrieked again, their forms becoming twisted and grotesque, like tortured souls clawing to escape a fiery pit. "Face the light," I commanded, my words becoming a rallying cry that rang through the clearing. I focused every ounce of strength I had, channeling it into the locket, pouring out the essence of forgotten laughter and joy that had been stripped away. The darkness writhed, losing form, its furious screeches echoing off the trees, which trembled with anticipation at witnessing the clash of light and dark. "You think you can erase my power?" The dark figure snarled, its voice trembling with malice. I could see its horrific face, twisted into a mask of rage and desire. But I saw through its facade. Beneath that dreadful layer of anger lay an emptiness, a fear of being forgotten. "You are nothing without their memories," I declared, stepping closer, feeling the light pouring through the locket, bright and unyielding. "And they will not be lost again." With one last surge, I thrust the locket toward the darkness, the brilliance erupting into 1,000 shards of light. The air crackled with energy, and the dark figure began to disintegrate, its shape collapsing inward as the truth of my words struck deep. The cacophony of shadows shattered, dissolving into the air like mist under the sun. As the figure twisted and swirled, its screams morphed into anguished howls. "You will pay for this," it shrieked, collapsing into smoke before being swallowed by the brightness. The children's laughter enveloped me, now louder than before, a victorious chorus that echoed through the woods, drowning out the last remnants of darkness. I gasped, overwhelmed with emotion. The light felt warm, encompassing me in a cocoon of safety and love that I had thought lost forever. I looked around, and the trees shimmered anew, their twisted branches regaining strength. Yet as the shadows fell away, I noticed the ground beneath me still pulsed with an unsettling energy. A lingering presence hung in the air like a ghost waiting to reveal its secrets. I couldn't shake the feeling that this encounter was only a small part of a larger struggle. The forest held deeper and darker mysteries yet to be unveiled. Then, I felt it, a whisper brushing against my ear, soft and enticing. "Help us!" The voice lingered like a ghostly echo, both comforting and terrifying at once. I turned, scanning the clearing, my heart rattling in my chest once again. In the distance, shadows still loomed, dark black figures shifting and flickering at the edges of the fading light. I could feel my pulse quicken. There was no way I could walk away now, not when their cries hung in the air. Whatever darkness still remained seemed determined to claw its way back. The memories of those children pulled at my heart, reminding me that my fight was far from over. "Stay close," I whispered to the children's spirits that surrounded me, finding strength in the glowing light from the locket. "We need to search for those still trapped. They need our help." As I stepped forward, the shadows seemed to recoil slightly, the air heavy with a tension that electrified the atmosphere. I understood there was a depth to this darkness that reached far beyond my initial encounter. There were souls still wandering, lost and in despair, and I couldn't allow fear to dictate my next move. The path ahead twisted into stillness, and I felt the weight of the forest around me, ancient and knowing, a guardian of stories long hidden. Each step took me deeper, deeper into the heart of the unknown, the light waning and flickering as I ventured through the thickening darkness. I could feel eyes tracking me, watchful and brooding, waiting for my next decision. I held on to the hope that surged through me like fire, a beacon of determination shining against the encroaching night. From the depths of the darkness, I could hear faint echoes of laughter merging with whispers of sorrow, as if the spirits of the lost were reaching out to me, urging me onwards. My heart raced with the urgency of it all. I wouldn't rest until I had helped them. But something lurked just beyond the light now, moving like a shadow in the periphery. I could feel it hovering, watching like a predator waiting for its moment to strike. Every instinct in my body screamed for caution. The deeper I moved into this mysterious forest, the more danger I felt. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind whipped through the trees, snuffing out the last flickers of light from the locket. My heart dropped. "No! Come back!" I cried out, panic rising in my chest as I fumbled in the smothering darkness, desperate to reignite its brilliance. I could hear the whispers growing louder, taunting, echoing, wrapping around me in an unsettling embrace. "Lost little one," the voice hissed, slithering through the air like smoke, wrapping around my ankle, pulling me back. "You can't save them. They belong to the darkness." Frantically, I struggled to break free, the shadows tightening their grip and on the verge of losing hope. I summoned my inner strength and roared defiantly. "Your lies will not claim me." In that moment of clarity, I felt the locket pulsing deep within my pocket, demanding my attention. I pulled it out again, clutching it tightly with both hands. The darkness pushed back, but I could sense a flicker of light still dwelling within. I needed to reignite it, to call forth the memories I had sworn to protect. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused on Lucy, Emma, Sam, Jacob, envisioning them smiling brightly, their lives full of stories waiting to be told. "You're not lost. I will find you," I proclaimed. The darkness laughed again, a cruel sound that echoed through the woods. But I wouldn't let it consume me. Channeling every ounce of my resolve, I finally let go of my fear. I began to chant their names once more, and something began to spark. A warm glow flared up deep in my fingertips, growing slowly, illuminating the darkness around me. Light radiated outwards, pushing back against the grasping embrace of the shadows. The laughter of the children rang clear again, piercing through the gloom as I ignited the spirit of their joyful memories. "Your laughter, your joy, it's never forgotten." The darkness began to retract, and the chilling whispers turned into anguished howls. They recoiled as the brilliance of the locket filled the clearing, exposing every twisted branch and murky shadow that lay beneath. With renewed vigor, I pressed forward through the shadows, the warmth of the light enveloping me as daggers of brilliance shot outwards, illuminating path after path toward where I felt the children lingered. Something shifted, the air feeling electric as I advanced further into the heart of the forest. The whispers quieted, replaced by the echoes of laughter that guided my steps, igniting a doorway into the mysteries I needed to uncover. Fear receded, replaced with determination. I would find the children that still lingered here, and I would set them free. But as soon as I thought victory was within reach, shadows leapt at me from every angle. A band of forms twisted together, fusing into something large, something malevolent. "Foolish child," it spat, its voice deep and rumbling, echoing like a storm. "You will never set them free. They are mine." I had seen this force before, but it was different now. Larger, angrier, and more desperate to keep its grip on those lost souls. The very air around me pulsed with fear and tension, making it difficult to breathe. But I stood my ground, ever aware that the light inside me and the memories I held were the key. "Let them go!" I shouted into the abyss, my voice strong. "You cannot hold on to that which does not belong to you." The figure shrieked, a horrendous sound that sent shivers racing down my spine as it surged forward, fueled by rage. I thought of the souls that had come to me, their laughter and warmth that steered me through the darkness. I took another step forward, holding the locket high as a barrier against the fury. I held the locket high as a barrier against the fury that surged toward me like a tidal wave of shadows. The air crackled with an unseen energy, chilling me to the bone, and I could feel the shadows clawing at my skin, reaching out as if they wanted to drag me down into the depths of despair. My heart thudded violently as each spectral tendril flickered closer, trying to weave its way around my limbs. "Get back!" I shouted, but my voice trembled, caught in the grip of sheer terror. The dark figure twisted and contorted, its grotesque shape morphing into a collage of anguished faces, all the children it had claimed. Each one wore a look of desperation, mouths open in silent screams. I staggered back, the weight of their sorrow crashing over me like a heavy fog that threatened to drown my spirit. A pulse of light erupted from the locket, illuminating the night and pushing the shadows back momentarily. I could almost hear the children's laughter echoing from it, a sweet melody that urged me onward. Instinctively, I reached deep into my memory, recalling all the stories I had heard, all the lost laughter that had echoed through this forest. "I won't let you take them," I cried, feeling a surge of energy flood through me. With each word, the locket pulsed brighter, and I imagined the children laughing, their joy wrapping around me like a protective shield. The darkness snarled, but I pressed forward, determined to break through the terror that surrounded me. I focused on the glimmer of light within the locket, letting it guide my movements, illuminating paths hidden in shadows. As I took a step closer, the shadows writhed beneath my feet, whispering twisted promises of despair and hopelessness. "Join us," they hissed, their voices intertwined like tendrils of smoke slithering into my thoughts. "Abandon your fight, little child. You too will be lost." "No!" I shouted back, shaking my head fiercely. "I will not give in." Each step I took felt like a battle, with shadows trying to weave themselves around my ankles, dragging me down. But I refused to fall prey to their deception, my mind racing as I thought of the children needing my help. Suddenly, the locket began to vibrate violently in my hand as I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath against my neck, like fingers of ice running down my spine. I turned quickly, my heart racing as I faced whatever dark creature lurked close by. It stood there, emerging from the thick mist, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger that made my throat dry. The creature resembled a child, small and frail, but the pallor of its skin was sickly gray and mottled with darkness. Its mouth stretched wide, revealing jagged teeth stained with shadows, and it let out a chilling laugh that echoed through the stillness of the woods. "You think you can save them?" it taunted, tilting its head as its eyes narrowed. "They belong to me now. Join them in the dark. You will be happier there." I felt the despair clawing at my insides, but I shook my head again. "You're lying." My voice rang out with sudden confidence, fueled by the memories of all the lost laughter that urged me to keep pushing forward. "You can't hold them." With those words, the locket burned hotter in my palm, illuminating the clearing in a fierce glow. I could feel the warmth swelling inside me as I focused, forcing back the cold that threatened to choke my spirit. New energy surged through me, igniting hope I thought was lost. The creature's laughter twisted into a snarl, revealing its true nature. "You are naive," it shrieked, the air thickening with rage. Shadows at its feet began to swirl violently, a maelstrom of darkness that encroached upon me, promising to snuff out my light. Just then, the laughter of the children filled my ears again, a beautiful symphony resonating with vibrancy and joy. I closed my eyes and saw their faces, each one shining brightly against the darkness. "I will never give up on you," I proclaimed, holding the locket high above my head. The shadows writhed in response, elongating and buckling under the radiant power that surged from the locket. It was as if their anguished cries turned into a violent storm as I pushed against the darkness, determined to reclaim the joy it had stolen. The figure's form began to shatter, dissolving under the intense light, but I could sense it summoning one last act of desperation. It lashed out, darkness emanating from its fingertips like serpents, racing towards me with vicious speed. I ducked, narrowly avoiding the shadowy tendrils that fizzed angrily against the ground, creating cracks where they touched. The shadows screamed and twisted, furious at my rebellion, but I could feel the warmth of the locket growing brighter. "I will fight for them," I shouted again, conviction fueling my words. My pulse quickened as my memories coalesced into a blinding light that erupted from the locket. The shadows screeched, attempting to counteract the radiant force, but their darkness was no match for the joy and laughter I summoned. As the light surged forward, the creatures around me began to dissolve, their forms fading into the ether like smoke blown away by the wind. But as they disappeared, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet, a sudden tremor that sent me off balance. I steadied myself, uncertain what was about to happen next, my breath hitching in my throat. Without warning, the mist thickened, and the shadows coalesced around me again, forming shapes I couldn't decipher. Whispers grew loud, becoming a frantic chorus, overlapping and intertwining, drowning out my thoughts. "We will take you. You will belong to us," they cried, each voice more desperate than the last. "Please," I begged, trying to cut through the madness. "Stop this." I thrust the locket forward, its light refracting in the mist, carving a path through the chaos. The shadows recoiled, but I felt them regrouping, forming a barrier all around. They pressed closer, their cries twisting into pained wails that gripped my heart with cold fingers. Even as I stood there, trembling, I refused to give up. The voices of the children rang out again, triumphing over the fear that threatened to engulf me. "Fight! We are with you," they echoed, a reminder that their spirits were still present, urging me on. Screaming, I closed my eyes and summoned every story, every memory, conjuring them in vivid detail. With each recollection, the light brightened, painting radiant colors against the shadows that swirled. I opened my eyes, and horror met me. A new figure emerged from the dark, a haunting visage of sorrow, resembling a child with hollow eyes but twisted into a ghastly mask. "Do you really think you can erase us?" It whimpered, its voice a ghostly whisper that chilled me to my core. "You are not strong enough to turn away our darkness." A pang of despair coupled with rage shot through me, igniting every fiber of my being. "I am strong enough," I shouted defiantly, feeling the fire ignite within me. "I won't let you take another child." With that declaration, the locket pulsed in response. I thrust it outward, and multicolored beams shot forth, splintering the emptiness around me. The shadows writhed in protest, but I pressed on, embracing the warmth of the light that was flowing from my very soul. The dark figure screeched, its form beginning to dissipate as the light consumed it. Yet as it began to fade, another wave of shadows rolled in, thicker and more menacing than before. "You think you can fight forever?" Multi-voice sneered, echoing angrily. "We are countless, and you are but one." I could feel their relentless advance, the very air growing thick with unease. "Not just one," I thundered, recalling every face, every laughing voice that had once filled this forest. "I am not alone. We stand together, and my memory will never fade." The ground trembled once more, and I braced myself, my thoughts swirling with the urgency to find the others who still needed my help. "Where are you?" I whispered, feeling the shadows claw closer, their whispers now interweaving my thoughts. "I will find you." Suddenly, as if answering my plea, a soft glow glimmered in the distance, faint yet beckoning, like a candle flickering in a darkened room. I felt a sudden rush of hope, and with it came the fierce determination to reach it. "Hold on!" I cried out, igniting the locket once more, letting the energy swell as I charged toward that distant light. As I approached, I felt the shadows begin to swirl in fury, enraged by my defiance. I ducked under grasping tendrils and pushed forward, my heart pounding with every step. The light pulsed closer, illuminating a small clearing filled with faint outlines. Forms that resembled children standing just beyond my reach, their faces shadowed, but expressions pleading. In that moment, the air shimmered with electric energy. The children were trapped within a cocoon of darkness, their eyes wide with terror. "Help us," they whispered, voices echoing through the choking shadows. I could feel their despair lacing through my own heart, rage simmering beneath the surface. "Just a little closer," I urged, extending my hand toward them, stretching for their grasp. "I'm here. I won't leave you." But the shadows surged, angry growls vibrating through the clearing. They surrounded me, a wall of darkness intent on separating me from the light the children emitted. I felt their icy touch creeping around me, pressing against my skin. "You're too late," hissed the voice of the malevolent figure, slithering through the air. "They are ours." "No," I howled, digging deep within myself. I remembered the joy I had felt when I first discovered the locket. Each flicker of light was a reflection of their laughter, beckoning me to break through. I fought against the enveloping dread, allowing the warmth to wash over me, igniting my every nerve with fierce resolve. With a mighty shout, I aimed the locket toward the darkness, summoning every ounce of light and memory I could muster. "You will not keep them," I cried, watching as bursts of brilliance erupted from the locket. The light streamed forth, illuminating the entire clearing, smashing through the shadows that wrapped around the children. One by one, they began to emerge, their forms solidifying as the shadows shrank back, hissing in fury. As the light enveloped them, their terrified expressions transformed, hope and joy sparkling in their eyes once again. "Thank you," they cried in unison, and my heart soared at the sound of their laughter cutting through the air, propelling me forward. But the darkness was relentless. I could feel it pulling at my heels, desperate to reclaim what it had lost. The twisted figure loomed again, stretching grotesquely as it sought to encase me in its grasp. "You cannot save them. You cannot save yourself," it shrieked, fury dripping from every syllable. "I can't do this alone," I yelled, my voice wavering in the face of impending doom. The children's laughter surged again, urging me to fight harder. "Together," they called, their united voices carrying a strength I had yet to discover. I felt the locket humming with their combined energy, urging me to persist. I drew upon all the memories of joy, of friendship, every story that had made these children who they were. "You won't take them from me," I roared, forcing every ounce of love and warmth into the locket. In an instant, the darkness recoiled, fingers curling back from the intense light erupting before me. I could feel the heat radiating, pushing against the icy grip of despair. The shadows shrieked and twisted, disintegrating in the face of our collective strength. The air cracked with energy, and I could see it, the walls of darkness crumbling, the light shining brighter and brighter. I surged ahead, driving the locket into the heart of the darkness with newfound vigor, the brilliant light tornadic against the oppressive weight of despair. In that moment, I felt invincible, united with the lost souls who needed my help. The darkness seemed to splinter, the faces of the children merging into the radiant light that flooded the clearing, as their laughter erupted into a riot of joy. Together, we cried, our voices intertwined, carrying us against the shadows that still lurked at the edges, their presence like a distant storm. I pressed forward through the brilliance, toward the clearing where hope waited, determined to reclaim what was rightfully ours, to banish the fear that had haunted this place for far too long. Even as I threaded my path with laughter and light, I felt something shift within me. The air around intensified, a heavy fog encasing everything, filling my lungs with an overwhelming sense of dread. A relentless chill crawled under my skin, making me shiver as I pushed forward, clutching the locket tightly, determined to stay connected to the memories entwined within. Suddenly, the laughter of the children began to fade, replaced by an eerie silence that wrapped around me like a suffocating blanket. I glanced around nervously, the glimmer of light from the locket flickering, casting long shadows that twisted unnaturally. I felt a cold bead of sweat trickle down my back, crystallizing my fear as I scanned the clearing. Then, out of the silence, came the unmistakable sound of soft weeping. It echoed through the trees, the sorrowful cries coming from all directions, pulling at my heart. "Please, help us," they wailed, their voices haunting and broken, sending a shiver of dread down my spine. I turned in circles, desperately searching for the source of the cries. The shadows thickened, shifting and morphing into strangled figures, their faces contorted in anguish. The sound of their weeping drew closer, wrapping around me, and I could see them now, lost children, their eyes hollow and pleading, reaching out to me from within the mist. "Save us," they cried, but I could feel the weight of the darkness pushing against my chest, suffocating any sense of hope I had left. "Not again," I whispered, fighting against the wave of despair crashing into me. "I won't lose you." I felt the light from the locket pulse weakly in my hand, but then a terrifying realization gripped me. This was a trap. The shadows played with my mind, using the children's cries to draw me into their web of darkness. "No!" I shouted, my voice trembling, but the shadows only laughed, a low, mocking sound that seeped into my bones. "Do you really think you can save them? You're one against the many." The figures began to merge, the children's faces blending into one grotesque form, their mouths twisted into snarls that threatened to swallow me whole. I gasped, feeling the panic rise in my throat as desperation clawed at my insides. "Back! Stay away!" I screamed, my voice filling the clearing with an echo that bounced off the trees. But it did nothing to fend off the encroaching shadows. The air thickened, wrapping around me like a vice. I stumbled back, fighting to breathe, the laughter of the darkness growing louder above the children's cries. Feeling their pain impale me, I locked my gaze on the locket, its light becoming a flickering memory of what I was fighting for. I focused, pushing back against the fear that threatened to consume me, every bone in my body urging me to turn and run. "No!" I snarled, planting my feet firmly onto the trembling ground. "I refuse to give in." In that moment, adrenaline surged as I raised the locket higher, drawing strength from the light and the memories of joy buried deep inside me. Fueled by an intense burst of defiance, I shouted again, "You won't take them. I will find a way." The shadows recoiled, sneering and hissing as the locket pulsed brighter, casting long streams of light that cut through the darkness like daggers. I surged forward, determined to reach those lost souls, their cries only fueling my rage. I felt them, trapped within the shadows, their presence dim yet undeniable. "Hold on," I called, pushing through the swirling darkness, ready to confront it head-on. Suddenly, the laughter of the children catapulted over the echoes of despair, bursting through like a beacon. "We are here! Don't stop!" they cried, their voices weaving through the gloom like a lifeline. I charged into the heart of the shadow, where the cries were the strongest, feeling my body trembling with both fear and determination. "I will not let you down," I cried, letting the light flare from the locket, illuminating everything in its wake. The shadows screamed in frustration, recoiling as if burnt by the light. But the mist thickened again, enveloping me, and I stumbled backward, grasping at the air, desperate to stay afloat within the encroaching chaos. Whispers slithered around me, promising safety and comfort amid the seduction of surrender. "Come to us," they beckoned, low and calm. "Join the hallowed shadows, where pain no longer exists." Nausea twisted in my stomach as I fought against their alluring promises. "You lie," I shouted into the void, squeezing the locket tighter. "You only bring suffering." I felt their presence closing in around me, the ghoulish figures creeping ever closer. Then I noticed something, an outline of light, flickering off to the side, beckoning to me. It was another memory, a moment of laughter with the children before everything turned dark. I feel it pulling me, urging me to break through the suffocating fog of despair. Gathering every ounce of strength, I turned and sprinted toward the light, calling out for the children again. "Stay with me? Hold on," I pleaded, determination fueling my every step. The shadows lunged, grasping at my ankles, slithering around as if trying to drag me down, trying to drown my hope in their oppressive darkness. But I would not let them win. The light surged brighter as I ran, illuminating the path ahead. I burst through a wall of fog and into a new clearing, the darkness spinning and swirling behind me like a cyclone. The ground shook beneath my feet, and I stumbled, fear clawing at my throat as I glanced behind me to see the dark figure emerging once more. It was massive, a storm of black swirling energy, twisting and writhing, its eyes glowing with fury. "You can't escape," it growled, a roar that shook the very trees surrounding me. My heart raced, but I didn't stop. I knew I had to reach the children, had to save them from this nightmare. "Fight with me," I yelled, searching around me for any sign of the kids. The clearing was empty except for the fading echoes of their laughter, but I could still feel them, could hear the silent cries for help buried under the howling shadows. "Where are you?" I screamed, desperation flooding my voice. The darkness surged closer, shadows spilling across the ground like living tendrils. I could feel the icy breath of the figure inching nearer, brushing against my skin. My breath quickened. I could see its glowing eyes fixed on me, an unholy hunger crackling in the air between us. Suddenly, the ground beneath me opened up, revealing a deep chasm filled with swirling darkness. I felt myself teetering at the edge, my senses screaming. "No!" I shouted, but the shadows were already coiling around my legs, pulling me toward the abyss. I fought harder against their grip, desperation clawing at my insides. "I will not fall," I screamed, summoning every ounce of light burning within me. I thrust the locket forward, pouring every memory, every ounce of joy into it. In an explosion of light, the shadows reeled back, shrieking as they were consumed by the radiance. I felt the ground tremble beneath me again, and I knew the darkness wouldn't stop. It was angry and relentless, its fury boiling over as it lashed out at me in a desperate attempt to reclaim what it had lost. Through the chaos, I could hear the faint cries of the children again, their voices rising above the tumult. "Help us! We need you!" The urgency in their cries pierced through the shadows, grounding me in resolve. I wouldn't let them down, not again. With a mighty roar, I stepped closer to the edge of the chasm, feeling the pull of the abyss beckoning me beneath. "You think you can take me?" I shouted defiantly, raising the locket high. "I am not afraid of you." The darkness writhed, the storm of anger swirling fiercely. The shadowy figure roared, its voice echoing like thunder, promising despair. "You will regret this," it spat, the words dripping with malice. But they only fueled my resolve. I took a deep breath, shutting my eyes tight as I allowed the light filling the locket to illuminate my mind, burning a path forward amongst the chaos. "I will help them find their way," I declared, bracing myself as I stepped forward. The shadows lunged at me, their grasp icy and angry, but the light from the locket surged, spilling over the edges of the dark chasm. I felt the warmth envelop me, flooding through every fear I had ever held close. "I am strong," I bellowed, sending the light bursting outward, shattering the shackles of despair that clung around me. The shadows cried out in rage, shrieks mixing with the sounds of laughter ringing all around me. As the darkness wailed in pain, I felt the children's presence stronger than ever. Their image shimmered before me, now visible amongst the swirling light, each face bright, full of life and determination. "We're here," they cheered, bounding forward with outstretched hands, their laughter mingling with the light. With renewed power, I swung the locket forward, channeling the memories and the light into a powerful wave, the brilliance sweeping over the figures cloaked in darkness. The shadows shrieked, disintegrating beneath the force of their combined joy. I felt them pouring into me, a torrent of strength that filled every corner of my being. But the figure remained, swirling in a blinding anger, its eyes narrowing as it lowered itself once again. "You think this is over," it hissed, the shadows clawing at the edges of the clearing, creeping ever closer. "You will never escape my grasp." I squared my shoulders, even as I felt a wave of fear washing over me. "I will find a way," I managed, the flickering light from the locket burning stronger with each heartbeat. "You're nothing but a wisp in the wind." Then it lunged at me, darkness coiling forward like a serpent poised to strike. The force behind it blew past, a chilling rush that sucked away the air around me. I gasped, pivoting just in time, the locket blazing under the pressure I faced. The ground trembled beneath my feet, sending shards of earth flying into the air as shadows erupted around me. I could see the dark figure in stark relief, its form ever shifting and clawing at its surroundings. An overpowering feeling crept into my chest, the sensation of it trying to strip away my willpower, trying to drag me back into the depths of despair. But I couldn't allow it. I mustered all my strength and focused on the laughter once more. "Who are you really?" I yelled, forcing the words into the howl. "Ling Wind, a shadow of lost dreams?" The darkness paused, the force flickering for just a second. I pressed forward. "You can't keep them. They are free." My pulse raced. With each proclamation, I felt the warmth from the locket growing brighter, illuminating the clearing despite the chaos swirling around me. "Shut up," the figure screamed, and the shadows surged, reaching out to wrap themselves around my throat. I struggled but felt a rush of warmth surging from the locket, infusing me with strength. "You won't take me down," I shouted defiantly, the light growing incandescent. With a thunderous roar, I surged against the shadows, pushing forth with a determination born from the love of those I fought for. I felt them breaking through the darkness beside me, their collective strength pulsing through the air, illuminating every corner of despair. Together, we bore down on the shadowy figure, igniting the spark of hope that had lain dormant, allowing the laughter of the children to rip through the air like a battle cry. "We are not alone," I thumped, united against the darkness that wanted to consume us. With a final burst of energy, the clearing erupted with blinding light, exploding with the warmth of lost laughter rekindled. The shadows hissed and slithered, their hold on me weakening as I drove the light forward, way too bright for the darkness to combat. "Be free," I screamed, bracing myself as the chaos swirled around, a final surge of will plunging me deeper into the light. As the shadows screamed their displeasure, the last of their hold shattered, scattering like smoke in the wind. With a final roar of defiance, I watched as the laughter of the children erased the remnants of despair that caged them. And for the first time in what felt like centuries, I felt the darkness dissolve. But as the shadows retreated, I noticed something unsettling lurking at the edges of the light. The clearing was not as it had once been. The ground was cracked and devoid of life. The trees twisted in agonizing contortions, their branches reaching out almost like fingers clawing at the air. An unease settled over me, a whispering thought clawing at the back of my mind that this was far from over. The children's faces remained, shining like beacons of hope in my heart. But even they seemed dimmer now, their laughter quieting into a low murmur. Where are we?" I gasped, glancing around at the desolate landscape that replaced our once vibrant world. Suddenly, the laughter faded entirely as a chilling breeze slithered through the clearing, carrying whispers that sounded like long-forgotten cries for help. "Help us! Help us!" It wove through the trees, twisting into my ears like a dark melody. My skin prickled, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end as I realized the shadows had not completely vanished. They were lurking somewhere nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike. "Stay close," I called to the children, but their faces flickered like candles caught in a draft, fear creeping back into their eyes. I started moving, stepping carefully among the jagged rocks as I scanned the oppressive darkness that loomed just at the edge of the strange clearing. My heart pounded in my chest, heavy with the weight of dread. A deep rumble echoed through the ground, vibrating up my legs as the trees began to shake. It sounded like someone was laughing, but it was twisted and hoarse, filled with malice that sent chills racing down my spine. I turned to confront the shadow, the sense of fear growing like a storm cloud in my gut. The ground beneath me shifted suddenly. Roots broke through the soil, stretching and curling toward me as if possessed by some dark force. "No!" I cried, flinging myself backward just in time to avoid their grasp. My pulse thundered in my ears, and I felt a rush of adrenaline surge through me as I regained my footing. "You won't take me!" I screamed defiantly, but I felt so small against the dark force gathering before me. From the shadows, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness with glowing eyes that blazed like dying stars. It towered over me, an ethereal monstrosity of swirling shadows and whispered torment. "Did you think you could escape me? I own this land, and you are merely a guest." The voice slithered around me, chilling my blood. The shadows danced at my feet like alive, darting and slithering, just waiting for the moment to ensnare me once more. "I have taken many before you. They are mine," it continued, the malice thick in the air, echoing around the clearing like an incantation. I could feel the darkness tightening around me, but I wouldn't give in. "You won't keep me," I shouted, trying to muster the courage I felt waning in the face of such ancient evil. I grasped the locket and felt the warmth radiating from it again, flooding my veins with courage as I focused on the faces of the children before me. "Together!" I yelled, calling upon their lingering spirits, feeling their light pushing back against the encroaching shadows. "We can fight this!" I thrust the locket forward, igniting it with every ounce of hope, scattering the darkness into retreat. But the shadowy figure laughed, a sound that ripped through my resolve, vibrating through the air like a pulse of fear. "You think they can help you?" The darkness lunged forward, a wave of shadow trying to swallow me whole. With a burst of strength, I felt the light of the locket spread, illuminating the clearing again, but it wasn't enough. The figure writhed, returning to its menacing form, shadows licking at the edges of the light, eager to close in. I stumbled back, unable to shake the growing sensation of dread that gripped my heart. The whispers surrounded me again, changing tones, forming a cacophony of sorrow. "You will join us forever lost in the dark," they hissed, dear memories becoming tainted by anguish. Suddenly, one of the twisted trees loomed behind me, its branches moving with an unnatural life, curling like claws around my ankle. Panic surged as I kicked back, but the shadow couldn't be ignored. I grunted, feeling its grip tighten, dragging me closer to the tree's dark trunk where secrets and terrors lurked. "Help!" I screamed, my voice barely breaking through the suffocating air. The locket pulsed in response, the glow dimming with my fear. "I can't let this happen." As darkness swirled around me, I felt the children's strength faltering, their bright faces fading, their laughter turning into distant echoes. "Hold on!" Mustering every ounce of will, I tugged at the darkness coiling around my leg, scratching at the roots that sought to pull me down. They felt like icy fingers, unyielding in their grasp. I slashed at them with fury, but they only tightened, drawing me closer towards the suffocating embrace of the lurking shadows. Just when I thought despair would swallow me whole, I saw something. A brief flicker of light breaking through the shadows to my left. I could barely see it, but it felt like a beacon amid the storm. "There!" I cried, a desperate hope igniting inside me. "That's it!" The moment I diverted my attention, the branches lunged upward, grappling at my arms, wrapping around me like a snake squeezing tightly. "Come here," the dark figure breathed, and I felt my resolve cracking, the fear clawing at the edges of my sanity. But I wouldn't give in. Tears streaming down my face from the exertion and terror, I screamed, "Leave me alone," with every ounce of defiance left in me. I swung the locket, aiming for the twisted roots, willing them to surrender to its light. The shadows hissed, a furious symphony entwining around me, their anger palpable. But amidst their sinister cacophony, I felt the children's presence return, their lovely laughter whispering through the overwhelm. "Keep fighting," they chirped, their voices urging me to believe in the strength we gathered together. "Together, we are strong," I shouted, determination flooding my spirit again as I swung the locket at the shadows trying to ensnare me. With a bright flash, the light spread, burning away the tendrils that gripped me. The painful darkness screamed, recoiling as I thrusted the locket forward toward the decaying tree. But the moment I thought the darkness had relinquished its grasp, I felt sharp claws raking down my back. The pain shot through me, a burning reminder that the shadows could shift, could change in an instant. I whirled around, finding myself face to face with a ghastly face twisted in fury, eyes swirling with sorrow and rage. "Did you think you could take my power?" It roared, and I felt my heart race, the shadows clawing at my mind, feeding on my fear. "You will join the others." Fear surged in my chest, and I stumbled back, feeling the earth shift beneath me. The locket dimmed, flickering as if struggling to hold onto its light. "No, not again," I gasped, desperate to save the memories once more. Panic washed over me as I fumbled the locket, bracing for impact as the shadows loomed close, swirling and eager to consume every ounce of my being. Where are they?" I managed to croak, the shadows echoing around me as they whispered serpentine promises of eternal suffering. But just as it seemed the darkness would engulf me, a blinding flash erupted from the locket, illuminating the entire clearing and scattering the shadows. I could see the children standing behind me, shimmering like a silver thread stitched through the dark fabric of despair. "Stay with us," they cried, their voices amplifying around me. I felt their love wrapping around my heart, infusing me with warmth as the darkness faltered, recoiling from the resounding glow. Fresh determination surged within me like a tidal wave. I pushed forward, shoving the locket against the dark figure's face, unleashing every morsel of light I had left. The shadows screamed and twisted like flames caught in the wind, and for a split second, the air felt lighter, more radiant. "Your time is up," I shouted, feeling a fire ignite within my belly, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. Yet, the figure would not be silenced. It raged against the light, a terrifying howl echoing through the clearing, at once filled with fury and sorrow. "You cannot banish me. I will find you again," it screamed, the darkness swirling violently. I took a step back, feeling the shadows push forward again, but I would not let them win. "I will not let fear rule me," I proclaimed, gripping the locket until my knuckles turned white, ready to unleash everything I could to fight back the impending darkness. "Together," the children shouted, encircling me with their voices harmonizing in strength. And I knew then that I wasn't alone. With each heartbeat, they solidified my resolve, giving me the courage to stand tall against the storm. The laughter wrapped around me like a shield as I took a deep breath, drawing on every ounce of light and belonging I had ever known. "You are nothing," I yelled, thrusting the locket forward once more. In that moment, the entire clearing erupted in blinding radiance, shattering the darkness like glass. The dark figure screamed, its form exploding in a kaleidoscope of shadow and despair, dissipating into the night. The laughter of the children crescendoed, pure and effortless, filling the air with an energy that was almost tangible. And when the echoes faded into silence, I stood dejected in the glow, alone but resolute in a world transformed once more. But something had shifted in the air, a lingering chill I couldn't shake. The light that had momentarily dispelled the darkness felt waning, almost ghostly, casting strange shadows across the ground. I turned around, searching for any signs of the children, but it was as if they had faded with the laughter, leaving me surrounded by the oppressive silence of the clearing. The brightness I relied on dulled, revealing the remnants of the chaotic battle that had just unfolded. The twisted trees loomed as if they had been watching me, their gnarled branches creaking ominously in the quiet. I felt an unsettling pressure on my chest, as though the shadows were waiting patiently, lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. Were they gathering strength again? "Hello!" I called out, my voice trembling as I stepped deeper into the clearing, heart thudding with uncertainty. No response came, just the breeze whispering through the branches, the leaves trembling briefly before falling silent once more. As I took a few cautious steps, the ground felt soft beneath my feet, not earthy and solid but soft like a half-dried sponge, as if I were walking on something alive. I looked down, my stomach churning at the sight of the ground, pulsing like a heartbeat, each throb echoing the fear that clawed its way back into my mind. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed from behind me, growing louder, vibrating through my bones. I whirled around just in time to see what looked like shadows crawling out of the ground, thick and dark like writhing serpents. Disbelief washed over me. They seemed to inch forward, merging and twisting, gaining form and substance like a storm brewing on the horizon. "Not again," I gasped, backing away slowly, but the shadows writhed closer, forming into a mass that looked almost humanoid, features shifting and contorting like a reflection on water disturbed. "Did you really think I was gone?" A slithering voice coiled through the air, wrapping around me tightly. I felt it suffocating me, pushing against my lungs. "I will always find you." The wind howled suddenly, whipping through the clearing and carrying with it a coldness that felt like icy fingers tracing down my spine. I froze, rooted to the spot as skin prickled, more shadows emerging from the darkness that clung to the trees. They surrounded me, swirling and dancing with eerie intent, a macabre ballet that was both beautiful and horrifying. Then the humanoid form lunged forward, rearing back with elongated fingers tipped with razor-sharp claws. "Join us! Join the others!" it screeched, the voice now a cacophony echoing in my ears. Each syllable twisted around my mind like a dark vine, suffocating my thoughts, drowning out my will to fight. Gritting my teeth, I focused on the locket again, praying that its warmth would protect me. But I struggled to summon the light. My heart raced as I realized fear was trying to drown out my hope. With every breath, the shadows pressed closer, the darkness reaching for the flicker of light that was already dimming. Suddenly, from the depths of that chaos, I felt a push of energy rise from deep within. A flicker of defiance surged, reigniting the resolve buried inside me. "You will not take me," I shouted, trembling inside, my voice a thin thread of bravery weaving through the panic. The shadows recoiled slightly, hesitating just long enough for me to gather my strength. I raised the locket, its warmth growing as I poured my memories of laughter, joy, and hope into it. "I have faced you once, and I will face you again." But the shadows snickered, the sound low and menacing, slithering back into the darkness before lunging toward me with renewed ferocity. The air felt thick, pressing in on all sides, and I gasped, feeling the claustrophobic weight wrapping around my throat. The shadows shot forward, and I swung the locket wildly, feeling a small surge of light burst forth momentarily, scattering the darkness for a fleeting instant. But as soon as it extended, the shadows coiled back like angry vipers, eager to strike. "Cower in the light, little one," the ragged voice laughed, echoing through the clearing like thunder, shaking the ground beneath my feet. "You are weak, and I will consume all." "You're wrong," I screamed, feeling the weight of despair creeping in, trying to smother the flicker of light. The shadows pulled closer, wrapping around my legs like chains, and I gasped. They were tightening, squeezing out my breath with every second. In that moment, I saw visions of twisted faces within the dark mass, haunting reminders of those who had come before me, endless whispers echoing from the shadows. "Help us! Help us!" they begged, melding with the wind. "No!" The sound erupted from my throat as I threw myself forward, breaking free momentarily. I felt the shadows lash around me, but I wouldn't let them strap me back into despair. "I will save you," I roared, charging deeper into the clearing, feeling the locket pulse stronger as I fortified my resolve with every step. "Foolish," the figure lunged again, shadows swirling violently around it, merging and expanding to fill every corner of the clearing, blocking out the meager light left around me. It felt like a great weight pressing down, suffocating all hope, and in my gut, I felt the mounting dread that this wasn't just a fight for my life, but for the lives of all those who had fallen victim before me. But what came next was something I couldn't have imagined. As the looming shadows seemed to completely envelop me, I heard laughter, faint at first, but growing louder and more vibrant. It was the laughter of children, clear and pure, spiraling through the darkness like silver threads. Together, they cried, echoing through the void surrounding me, and an unexpected warmth surged again from within. It pulled at my heart, igniting my spirit like a beacon ignited in the abyss. "Together," I shouted, the words pouring out of me as I found my footing, channeling the power of their laughter into the locket. I directed every thought, every feeling, every ounce of light toward the swirling shadows engulfing me. The air crackled as light burst forth, saturating the clearing, forcing the shadows to recoil momentarily. I poured everything I had into it, desperate to banish the darkness once and for all. I felt hope coursing through my veins, stronger and more potent than the fear trying to envelop me. But the figure roared in anger, forcing the shadows to surge back, creating a cyclone of despair. "You cannot save them," it screeched, its voice dripping with contempt. "They are mine as you will be." I pushed back against the onslaught, feeling the children's laughter rise to fuel me like fire within. "No, they are free," I shouted, pulling the light toward me, aiming it straight at the heart of the shadowy form. Dark tendrils clawed at my mind, trying to drag all my hope down, but I fought back harder, letting the memories lift me higher. "Face the light," I yelled, launching the surge of brilliance at the figure. A shockwave rippled outward as the darkness clashed against the blinding radiance, the two forces colliding in a maelstrom of light and dark. The figure screeched, twisting violently as it struggled to hold its form against the light's onslaught. The shadows writhed and shrieked, angry and chaotic, but they were thinning. The laughter of the children grew louder, rising into a triumphant pitch. Just when I thought the darkness might break, a chilling realization struck me. The shadows were not just seeking to consume me, they craved my fear. The moment I shifted my focus from the light to dread, the darkness thrived and grew. I mustered every ounce of determination, reorienting my mind toward memories of joy and laughter, conjuring the faces of those I loved. "Together, we are stronger," I shouted again, driving the light forward with every shred of what I could recreate. The figure howled, the sound vibrating through my bones as the light pierced the darkness. In that moment of unity, I saw a crack forming within the dark mass, a fissure that spread like a crack in glass, weaving through the shadows. But just as I thought victory was near, the ground shook violently, and I lost my balance, falling back onto the soft, pulsing earth. Shadows shattered around me, but the dark figure regained control, more menacing than ever before, rematerializing with a wicked grin that felt as sharp as blades. "You will fail," it hissed, lunging again, but I refused to back down. I scrambled to regain my footing, the dizziness enveloping me. I coughed against the weight of despair closing in, but I wasn't done yet. Quickly, I forced myself to stand, mind racing as I searched for a way to fight back. I felt the locket warm against my palm, and with a deep breath, I raised it high once again, willing the darkness to retreat. I will not yield. Suddenly, an eerie silence washed over the clearing as the dark figure paused, its eyes narrowing into slits. "You're too late," it growled, shadows spreading behind it like an ocean, swallowing any hint of light. "The more you fight, the deeper you fall. You already belong to me." Time itself seemed to contort, warping into an unsettling stillness as I felt the shadows swell, thickening around me like a heavy fog. My heart raced, panic gnashing at my sanity. Listen to the whispers. The shadows urged, swirling around my legs, voices climbing up, clawing at my mind like memories refusing to escape. Their chilling cries echoed of desperation, tugging at lost hopes and dreams smothered in darkness. They all fell. You will too. With icy fingers pinching my skin, my breath quickened. I wanted to scream, but felt trapped within my own gasp. But I couldn't give in. I would not let the fear embed in my soul. A realization hit me. I needed something more, something beyond the light of the locket. And then I recalled the warmth and the laughter of those precious souls, the strength we had in unity. I will not let you win, I shouted again, voice breaking through the fog of dread. You have no power over me. The shadows writhed angrily, a powerful roar echoing around me. But I concentrated, pushing forth every ounce of love and light that resided deep within. They can't have me. As my voice rang clearer, I felt a rush of energy like never before surging through me. The shadows paused again, caught off guard, allowing me a moment to aim every shred of light directly at the chaos swirling around me. With a powerful thrust, I sent the energy forth, the brilliance illuminating the clearing in shades of gold and white, spilling over the shadows like a tidal wave. The darkness shrieked, collapsing under the surge. I focused, rushing the warm glow toward the dark figure, hoping to engulf it in the rising energy. The echoes of laughter filled me, lifting my spirits until I thought I could touch the light. But the figure fought back, raising its arms to shield itself, shadows flaring like a storm around it. You're a fool. You will relive your worst nightmares. With those words, an overwhelming darkness gripped my mind, unleashing eerie visions that rippled through me. I saw every moment of fear, every tear I had fought against, clawing at my memories, threatening to drown me again. No! I cried again, pushing through the pain. I am stronger. I am more than my fears. With that determination, the glow surged yet again, my heart racing as I realized I could push it further than before. I didn't have to succumb to the grasp of despair. I could gather the light and rise above the shadows that sought to bind me. Together, I shouted one last time, letting the warmth fill every fiber of my being as the light exploded forward, engulfing everything. The darkness screamed, blaring curdled howls of anguish as they were consumed by radiance. But I felt raw power coursing through me, drowning out the last remnants of fear, reclaiming my spirit. And as the pulse of darkness shrank back into nothingness, an unbreakable force filled the clearing. The children's laughter surged around me, a chorus that lifted my spirit higher. Together, it echoed back, the shadows dissipating entirely as I stood there, wrapped in the warmth of love and laughter. I had faced the darkness, endured the torment, and emerged victorious. But even now, a lingering fear burrowed in my heart, whispering of something waiting just beyond. The air crackled around me as I basked in the light, but in the corner of my eye, a flicker of darkness remained. It danced just beyond the edge of the clearing, lurking in the depths of twisted shadows where the light had not reached. My heart raced, a primal instinct warning me that I was not safe yet, that something unseen was waiting, watching me. I took a step forward, trying to ignore the voice that whispered doubt and dread deep within me. It's gone. I fought it off, I told myself, but the words felt empty. The brilliance of the moment was overshadowed by an unsettling feeling washing over me like cold water. Turn back, the shadows seemed to hiss, each word dripping with a cruel authority. I shivered, the sound of the wind now carrying the intangible weight of 1,000 lost souls, an echo of despair that seeped into my bones. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see the children, their faces radiant with laughter. But all I encountered was the oppressive silence, thick and unforgiving, looming like a storm cloud promising rain. Steeling myself, I took another step toward the darkness. "What are you afraid of?" I whispered, trying to summon the courage within. My voice echoed, bouncing off the trees, but the shadows only laughed softly, a taunting giggle that coiled around my heart like barbed wire. Then the flicker grew into a silhouette, shifting and writhing like smoke caught in the wind, taking on an almost recognizable form. My mind raced. Was it the darkness from before? Or something new? "Come closer," it beckoned, the voice smooth yet chilling, like ice sliding down my back. I hesitated, unease curling in my stomach, but what if this was just another trick? Once more, I stood there, frozen as I strained to see through the reach of shadows. "Foolish child," it cooed, each word draping over me like a heavy blanket. "Why do you fight what you cannot change? Do you not wish to know the truth?" "Truth," I echoed, my voice wavering. "What truth?" A chuckle echoed menacingly, bringing with it the smell of decayed leaves and something much worse, something rotting. "You think you've won, but every moment you struggle only feeds me more." Instinctively, I took a step back, but my legs felt weak, the ground pulling me to stay, urging me to listen. "There is no escape from what you're meant to face." Shivers swept down my spine as shadows pulsed, igniting with swirling colors of deep blues and purples as they writhed under the dim glow of my own light. The dark figure took another step forward, revealing more of itself, a twisted face with hollow eyes that seemed to swallow the light around it. "No!" I gasped, stumbling back even further, bumping into the ancient trees that seemed to lean closer, their twisted limbs reaching out as if wanting to ensnare me. "Face your fears, dear one," it said, and suddenly 1,000 images flooded my mind. Each one a painful memory, sharp and biting, moments of failure and sorrow replaying like a broken record. I saw glimpses of those I had lost, their eyes pleading for me to remember, to feel the anguish they bore. "Stop!" I screamed, pressing my hands against my temples. But the memories twisted deeper into despair, stirring the shadows into a frenzy around me. They came alive, whispering secrets that curled through my thoughts, threatening to ensnare my very soul. But my defiance sparked a fire. "You don't control me," I cried, raising the locket high, hoping to drown out the darkness with its light again. I felt a surge inside, a flicker of hope battling the encroaching dread. Yet the figure laughed again, a sound so deeply unnerving it reverberated within the very core of who I was. "You cannot shine light on every darkness. Some shadows run too deep." With a sudden rush, shadows flared around it, forming a vortex that drew in every ounce of strength I had. I felt it grab at my light, pulling it into the abyss as if it were feeding. My heart sank as I realized I was losing ground. "No!" I gasped, desperation clawing at my throat. "I won't let you take me." Every whisper from the depths pressed in, drowning my resolve. Panic surged again. I couldn't let it suffocate my spirit. "Join us," the shadows hissed, every voice melding into one, a distorted cacophony, both seductive and sickening. "Your pain is our pleasure. Embrace what has happened." With trembling fingers, I gripped the locket, a lifeline in the chaos, and summoned every ounce of light I could muster. "Together," I shouted, drawing on the memories of joy I had clung to. "I am not alone." Suddenly the laughter of the children returned in a surprisingly powerful wave, filling my heart with warmth. I felt their spirits rising around me, tangling with mine, pushing back against the siphoning shadows. The dark figure recoiled momentarily, its form shifting, expression flickering with unease. "No, you will see." Then everything shattered as the shadows lunged forward, dark tendrils clutching desperately at my light. I felt the room swirl, crashing waves of despair echoing through the air. "Alone, alone," they whispered. Fear enveloped me again, choking my breath. I remembered apathy, the weight of sadness pulling me down, burying all light beneath darkness. A sudden rage ignited, a whisper of rebellion. "I am not weak." With that thought echoing in my mind, I thrust the locket into the heart of the darkness, sending a beam bursting outward, a sharp spear of brilliance that shot into the depths of fear. For a heartbeat, everything fell still. The shadows froze, caught in their own greed, hesitant against the encroaching light. "Let go," I commanded, every ounce of strength streaming forth as I unleashed my heart with a roar that echoed through the clearing. The shadows shrieked, twisting ceaselessly as they fought against the locket's glow, desperately trying to snuff it out. But I pressed on, letting laughter, hope, and love cascade through me. The figure writhed in agony, hollering at the top of its voice. "You'll regret this." But I didn't feel regret. I felt stronger. I felt alive. Another explosion of light erupted, brighter than before, and I could see the shadows begin to fray, unraveling against the onslaught of brilliance. The dark form twisted and contorted, features warped in pain and fury. I could discern faces of the lost struggling within, yearning for release. "Let them go," I shouted, pouring everything into every word, every thought, every cherished moment I could grasp. The light surged forth in an overwhelming wave, and as it smashed into the shadow, the dark face peeled back, revealing fleeting glimpses of those trapped inside, their eyes wide with fear. "Help us," they cried. "No," the figure growled, the frustration shimmering in its swirling form. "You think you can save them? You're too late." But I could feel the warmth building, the laughter radiating from the children fortifying my spirit. Together, I roared one last time, letting the energy explode into the shadows, wrapping every last bit of darkness in the glow of cherished memories. "Impartial little girl," the figure shrieked, its voice splintering under the brightness as radiant light overtook it, scattering remnants of shadow and despair like dust swept away by a strong wind. In that blinding moment, I realized the truth of my fight. Love could not only conquer fear, but could weave together every thread of light stronger than any darkness. As the shadows fell back, the air shimmered and split, revealing a passage beyond the clearing, rippling with colors and warmth. I took a hesitant step forward, heart racing, knowing that even with the darkness recoiling, a new realm awaited beyond the edge of the forest, filled with shadows and creatures I could not yet fathom. And somehow, I knew one truth. The battle was far from over. I took a hesitant step forward, heart racing, knowing that even with the darkness recoiling, a new realm awaited beyond the edge of the forest, rippling with colors and warmth. But as I approached the shimmering passage, a chill wrapped around me, like fingers of ice creeping up my spine. The flickering light seemed to dim near the edge, shadows pooling back to fill the corners of my vision. They swayed like dark waves, threatening to drown out the colors that now felt so inviting yet unervingly dangerous. My breath caught in my throat, and a voice shivered through the air, echoing from the darkness. "Why do you hurry? Do not be so eager to leave the comfort of what you know." The words reverberated, their eerie calmness chilling me to the bone. I turned sharply, but the clearing was empty. Just minutes ago, it had been vibrant and alive, and now it felt like it could swallow me whole. "Stay with us," the whisper slithered through the trees, slinky and soft. "You're safe here. Don't you remember the fun we could have together?" Memories of joyful laughter, wild games in the sun, flitted through my mind. As much as I longed to hold on to those moments, something felt off. The warmth of my victories licked at me like fire, but I could feel the shadows pulling in my heart, each tug twisting the joy into something murky. I shook my head, trying to dispel the creeping sensation of dread. "I can't stay. I need to move forward," I said, though my voice trembled. The shadows thickened, swirling closer, entangling my legs as if the very ground beneath me wanted to keep me there. "What's waiting for you out there? The dark is already your friend." Suddenly, visions swarmed around me, dizzying and chaotic, my past swirling into view like a storm. Each image flickered like a broken film reel. Familiar faces shifted, darting in and out of focus. Their eyes held depths of sorrow as well as hidden glee. "Remember me?" hissed a voice, soft yet chilling, as I stumbled back against a tree. A past friend, once full of laughter, now twisted into something ghastly, her mouth stretching too wide, her grin jagged and wrong. "You left us behind, but you know where we are? You can join us." I felt the air in my lungs freeze. I could hardly move. Shadows wrapped tighter, suffocating my resolve, drawing me closer to the dark figure that swirled like smoke, laughing cruelly. "Join the past. Embrace the darkness." "No!" I cried out again. The memory of their faces screamed inside me, battling the shadows that gleaned every shred of my spirit, latching onto my fear. I had fought too hard to let this conquer me. With a surge of defiance, I lifted the locket. "I am stronger than this." The light burst forth again, illuminating the twisted faces for a fleeting moment, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. But the darkness didn't waver. Instead, the figure lingered, leaning closer, its form shifting continually, blurring between the tangible and the surreal. "Your strength will fail. You can't run from what you are. You're tied to us." I felt them swirl around me, every memory dark and soft, whispering invitations to surrender. With each passing moment, the brightness from the locket flickered, the shadows clawing at its light. "Do you truly believe you can escape?" the figure crooned. "We are everywhere, a part of you. You can't evade us." "I'm not afraid of you." I spoke louder this time, but inside I wavered, holding onto the locket like a lifeline. "I won't give in." With a roar, I thrust the light outward again, and a fiery burst erupted, illuminating the clearing in a blaze of colors, radiating warmth and power. The laughter of the children surged back, swirling around me. But the shadows still pushed back, filling the air with their murky whispers, weaving around my thoughts like a dark shroud, urging me to sink deeper into despair. "You belong to us. You've always belonged." The dark figure loomed closer, its form shifting, trying to appear less monstrous, more inviting. "You could be free. Just let go and join." Visions flashed in front of me. Lost friendships, broken promises, the weight of betrayal. My heart ached, pulling me toward melancholy, each thought threatening to tether me to the past. A stab of fear gripped me. "Stop!" I shouted, fighting against the slippery tendrils of doubt. In those moments, I had to remember my victories, the warmth of laughter, and those moments that bloomed joy inside me. They were the essence of my strength. "No more!" I bellowed, shoving the shadows back with every ounce of willpower I could muster. "I won't be yours." For the briefest moment, the figure faltered, eyes widening in surprise as the shadows around me fizzled and crackled like smoke meeting flame. I could feel the warmth of the locket radiate through me, an unwavering fire. But then the mocking laughter returned, resonating through the trees with a haunting, echoing quality. "You think the fight is over? You are only scratching the surface." Behind me, a dark force erupted from the depths of the forest, twisting the air into a sinister kaleidoscope of shadow. The wind picked up into a furious howl, carrying the whispers until they merged into a singular voice, demanding and relentless. "Face your truth." I staggered, breathless as darkness surged forth with agonizing intensity, an unfathomable entity trying to engulf me again. "You cannot escape." My chest tightened as the shadows reached out, claws scraping at my psyche, and I struggled to push back. It was almost as if they were pulling me toward a deeper darkness, something I couldn't see but could feel pressed down upon me. In the chaos, I noticed them, shadowy figures emerging from the depths of the trees, stepping into the feeble light. They wore familiar faces, fractured remnants of people I loved, their forms half-formed and distorted. A failed friend, a beloved mentor, each one twisted by darkness. "Help us," they called, drifting toward me, mouths moving in desperate unison. "Don't leave us alone in the dark." Each step they took sent a chill down my spine, their hands reaching out, desperate to draw me into their abyss. I could hear the echoes of laughter interwoven with cries, a haunting harmony that frayed my nerves. "Join us," they repeated, their voices weaving a seductive lullaby that tugged at the very fabric of my heart. "You can be whole again." I stood, paralyzed by fear, the shadows closing in, creeping through my legs like creeping vines, tightening around my throat until the air dwindled. What was this twisted essence of despair? Fighting back tears, I clutched the locket harder, feeling its warmth pulse against my chest, a heartbeat of hope. "I won't let you take me." With every ounce of strength I had left, I let out a sound, a primal scream that resonated from deep within. The earth trembled beneath me, and in the turmoil, the other figures recoiled, retreating into the fog of shadows, their faces twisted in anger. "Fool!" The dark figure howled, lunging forward, its form morphing into something even more monstrous, enormous and grotesque, a visage of pure malice. "You cannot escape me. This is your home." But as it approached, I felt a surge of defiance rise again. "I choose my path," I declared, my voice steady now, the light growing stronger. The brightness blazed anew, pushing back the darkness as I poured everything I had into it. I felt the memories, the laughter, everything I held dear rush through me like a flood. The dark figure shrieked, its form contorting violently, collapsing in on itself as the brilliance engulfed it. "You will pay for this," it wailed, as the shadows began to crack, splintering under the overwhelming force. The ground shook as if the very fabric of reality was tearing, and with a final surge of light, the shadowy presence began to disintegrate, dissolving into thin air like ashes scattered by the wind. But as I stood there, triumphant yet trembling, I couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper lingered just outside my view, waiting while shadows still loomed on the edges. My heart hammered, and I feared what I might face next. There was no guarantee that this victory was permanent. As the echoes of laughter faded into an uneasy stillness, a shiver crawled up my spine. Somewhere, hidden beneath the remnants of darkness, I felt an unyielding gaze, a presence, vast and familiar. I turned slowly, scanning the area, but the shimmering passage beckoned me still, glowing softly, promising warmth, yet somehow feeling like an invitation to further danger. With each step closer, I sensed an unease settling back in, mixing with the adrenaline that still flooded my veins. I knew I couldn't ignore its pull, but shadows still danced on the peripheries, whispering secrets that made my skin crawl. "Come, find what lies beyond," they beckoned, their words warm yet tainted with deceit. "You long for something greater. Don't be afraid." A part of me itched to understand the truth hidden within, but I felt deep down a growing dread that this was only the beginning of something far more sinister. What waited beyond that passage, behind the curtain of reality I had fought so hard to break free from? The darkness might have retreated, but I hadn't escaped its grasp. I could feel it, lurking beneath the surface, a heartbeat waiting to strike again. The echoes of my own fears seemed tangible, infused within the atmosphere swirling around me. Every step forward feeling like a step deeper into an unknown path. Could I face what dwelled beyond, or had I merely postponed the inevitable? As I stepped closer, the shadows crept silently back, curling around me once more, a reminder of their relentless grip. The air felt heavy as I inched toward the glowing passageway, the vibrant colors swirling before me, mesmerizing in their brilliance, yet laced with foreboding. It felt like a dream, the way the light pulsed, beckoning almost like a heartbeat, each pulse resonating in my own chest. As I reached the threshold, a sudden chill nipped at my ankles, pulling at me like a physical force trying to drag me back into the darkness. I hesitated, glancing back at the clearing where shadows still struggled, grappling with the remnants of their defeat. "What lies within?" I muttered to myself, attempting to quell the rising fear. Instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to escape this situation before it spiraled deeper into terror. But curiosity clawed at my mind, mixed with an uneasy sense of longing. What if it offered a chance for the answers I desperately craved? Bracing myself, I stepped through the portal, the light enveloping me like a warm embrace. But the moment I crossed the threshold, a cacophony of whispers surged around me, loud and disorienting. They echoed and bounced off the walls of this strange new realm, blending into an unsettling symphony of voices. "Join us," they echoed, floating through the air like a chilling breeze, wrapping around my ears. "You deserve it, don't you?" My breath quickened as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The landscape morphed around me, trees warped into twisted figures, branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The sky shifted from clear and inviting to a swirling tempest of dark blues and ashen grays. Each shadow writhed and pulsed, making it difficult to distinguish what was real and what was an illusion. I fought back the rising panic, reminding myself of the light I carried and the strength I still had. A path slowly emerged, winding deeper into the forest. Its edges glowed faintly, guiding me forward even while my instincts pleaded to turn back. With every step, something deeper stirred within the shadows, restless and aware of my presence. The whispers intensified as I tread deeper along the path. Now they felt more like a parade of voices, each trying to drown out the others, swirling around me in a frenzy. "Listen closely," one voice reached out, a sweet cooing tone that felt almost familiar. "You know my name? You can't forget. Who are you?" I called out, shock filling my voice as I scanned the eerie trees. "Show yourself." In response, the shadows shifted, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, yet somehow illuminated by a dim light that seemed to pulse like a dying star. It stood still, watching me with eyes that glimmered like shards of glass. But something about them felt broken, shattered and twisted. "Don't you remember?" it whispered, the sound slithering into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts as if to choke the breath from them. "We were never apart." My heart raced in recognition, but also in horror. I staggered back, grappling with memories of laughter and joy that morphed into something dreadful and sinister. My mind flickered with childlike innocence intertwined with betrayal, floating through moments that invoked loss and regret. The figure stepped closer, blending into the shadows, yet revealing itself more with every movement. "You've tried to bury me, but I will always be here, lurking, waiting." Fear wrapped around my throat like a vine, squeezing tightly. "Stop! You're not real." "Real or not, we share a bond," it hissed, the voice echoing deeper than the forest. "What happened to you? To us, it can never be forgotten." The trees exhaled a sigh, and the ground beneath me trembled like a heartbeat, creating an unsettling rhythm that pulsed through my feet and up along my spine. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead, the air growing thick and suffocating, mixing the sweet smells of decay with something else, something that felt like despair. "Face what you've done," it crooned, and suddenly the ground cracked open before me, revealing a void painted with swirling shadows reaching up, grasping at my limbs like cold, slick hands trying to pull me in. Memories spilled out from that abyss, swirling and shrieking, a haunted symphony of voices I recognized. Friends long lost, moments of anguish, everything I wished to bury floated, just out of reach, beckoning me closer with tantalizing whispers. "Return to us," they cried, voices bleeding together in a haunting wail that made my insides twist with nausea. "You belong here, in the depths of despair, where we are one." My free will wavered under the weight of it all, shadows curling around my ankles, trying to drag me into that abyss. "No!" I shouted, and with a surge of desperation, I turned to face the figure once more. "I won't let you in." The light from the locket flickered erratically, a pulse of warmth radiating just enough to keep the shadows at bay. I held it up, channeling every happy memory into it, picturing the faces of those I loved, each one a lifeline pulling me back from the edge. The figure stumbled back, its form flickering and distorting, as if my light was burning holes into its very essence. "You think that's enough? You think you can erase the past?" But in that moment, my resolve solidified. "No, I can move forward." I can embrace what defines me without being bound to you. As I shouted those words, a blast of light erupted from the locket, bathing everything in a radiant glow that set the shadows on fire, illuminating the twisting trees and warped branches, chasing the darkness into retreat. But it wasn't enough. I felt their pull growing ever more insistent, the shadows swirling back, ready to envelop me once more. I braced myself as the cacophony of voices returned, mixing into a tornado of despair that threatened to drown me. "Come back! You can't escape!" They howled, clawing at the edges of my mind, their relentless cries echoing in my ears, binding me tighter with every heartbeat. I could sense their fear too, a deep-rooted desperation. They didn't want to be forgotten. I understood that much with every word they whispered, mixing sorrows and longing into a suffocating veil. "Don't fight it," the figure growled, inching toward me. "You can't win this battle against the past." But as I took a step back, bracing myself against a gnarled tree, I caught a glimpse down the path away from the turmoil. A flicker of light danced farther in the distance, golden and bright, unlike anything else I'd seen before. It beckoned me, promising clarity and perhaps even a way to escape this nightmare before it consumed me whole. Summoning every ounce of courage, I turned away from the fury of voices and the grasping shadows, running toward that distant light. As I moved, the darkness exploded behind me in a rage, shrieks of anger and abandonment pounding against my back. The path twisted and turned, but the light grew brighter, tugging at my heart with every hurried step. "You can't leave us," they shrieked, but my feet pounded faster, driven by the need to escape this prison of despair. But the ground trembled beneath me as if it were alive, trying to trip me, to send me sprawling into the darkness behind. "You're nothing without us," their voices echoed. Yet I pressed forward, each step igniting hope and warmth that clashed against the shadows clawing at my back. "I am more than the sum of my fears," I shouted out, determination growing in my chest with every breath. The light flickered just ahead, growing larger, spilling golden hues that washed over me like a wave, chasing the encroaching shadows away. Could this truly be my salvation? But before I could reach it, the figure lunged forward, baring its teeth in a snarl as the shadows clutched at my legs, dragging me back toward the abyss I had just escaped. "You will never leave," it growled, its voice a guttural rumble, deep and sinister. "You can fight, but you cannot win." With one final burst of strength, I raised the locket high, channeling all my light, all my memories into that moment, the love, the laughter, the victories. And suddenly, the world around me exploded into blinding brilliance, the shadows dissipating like wisps of smoke against a roaring flame. Palm pressed to the ground, I felt the warmth radiate from within, pushing out the dark presence. "I'm not alone," I bellowed, my voice ringing clear, echoing with newfound strength. As the darkness receded, the shadows shrieked in fury, their whispers of despair replaced by cries of loss, fading into the distance. And as I neared the light, I felt a surge of relief wash over me, every heartbeat igniting a wave of clarity. But even as I embraced the warmth, a shiver traveled down my spine, leaving me with a haunting question. Was the darkness truly gone, or merely lying in wait, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness? As the brilliant light enveloped me, fear coiled in the pit of my stomach, but I pressed on, determined to discover what awaited on the other side. But even as I embraced the warmth, a shiver traveled down my spine, leaving me with a haunting question. Was the darkness truly gone, or merely lying in wait, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness? I stepped fully into the glowing light, heart pounding fiercely against my ribcage. The moment I crossed into the illumination, the world transformed around me. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike, as I found myself standing in what appeared to be a beautiful glade. Tall trees surrounded me, their trunks wrapped in luminescent vines that pulsed gently, casting a soft glow over the landscape. Birds chirped sweet melodies, and the gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming flowers. It was peaceful, so contrasting to the chaos I had just escaped. But there was a nagging feeling in my gut that made it hard to relax. I stepped further into the glade, the light wrapping around me like a warm embrace. Yet my senses were still alert, every instinct screaming at me that something wasn't right. The whispers had quieted, but a tension hung in the air. Suddenly, I noticed the flowers, their vibrant colors obscured by a flickering shadow that danced just at the edge of my vision. With each blink, the shadows seemed to deepen, warping the beauty around me into something darker. I turned to look toward the deeper shadows of the trees, heart racing as I called out, "Is anyone there?" My voice echoed softly, swallowed by the encroaching silence. There was no response, just a rustling of leaves that felt far too much like a warning. Something was lurking there, watching me. Then, from behind one of the larger trees, a figure emerged cloaked in darkness. Its form was human but distorted, with elongated limbs and a face obscured by shadowy tendrils that shifted and flickered like smoke. It stood rigid, an eerie stillness about it that made my heart stop. "You think you can escape your own darkness?" it hissed, voice dripping with contempt. The light around me sputtered, the warmth turning cold as the figure stepped closer, its broken features twisting into a faint semblance of a smile. I stumbled back, fear clawing at my throat. "Stay away from me," I yelled, but my voice trembled, cracking with uncertainty. "Don't you recognize me?" it taunted, the words slithering through the air like a hiss. "I am every fear you refuse to confront." With each word, shadows coiled tighter around the trees, the darkness seemingly inhaling the light and warping the glade into an eerie version of itself. I could feel the fear crystalline in the air, and I understood. This figure was not just a specter, it was a reflection of my unacknowledged regrets and unresolved pain. As it advanced, the vibrant colors of the glade dulled, turning gray and lifeless. "You're drawn here because you know you can't hide forever," it jeered. Desperate, I spun around, looking for an escape. The once warm and inviting light began to flicker, erratically, as if reflecting my growing unease. "Run all you want, but you'll always find me waiting," it sneered, its voice a mix of malice and familiarity, a chilling reminder of all I had tried to leave behind. Then the ground beneath me shifted. The roots of the trees curled and twisted like serpents, reaching out as if they wanted to wrap around my feet, pinning me in place. I fought the urge to scream, instead taking a deep breath to steady myself. "I won't let you control me," I declared, lifting the locket again, hoping its light would protect me. But the shadows danced hungrily around the glade, and with every heartbeat, they crept closer, whispering secrets full of temptation. "Join us. You're tired of fighting. Acceptance is peace." I felt the pull of those words. They whispered of relief from the burden I carried, a promise to forget the pain. But that very notion terrified me. I couldn't surrender to the darkness again. "No!" I shouted, my voice breaking the spell of those whispers, snapping me back to my purpose. With renewed determination, I focused on the light, pouring my will into it, willing it to shine brighter. The warmth began to radiate again, pushing back the encroaching shadows, illuminating the glade once more. "I am more than my fears," I cried out, feeling the energy surge and shaking off the roots that bound me. But the figure recoiled, turning its gaze away from the light, hissing like a predator searching for refuge. "You think this light will save you? You're only stalling the inevitable." In that moment, the ground beneath me cracked further, revealing an even darker abyss below, a gaping maw yearning to engulf me. The shadows swirled hungrily around the edge, their whispers clawing at my mind, begging me to approach. "What if you let go?" the figure said seductively, leaning closer, its form collapsing into a haze. "What lies down there is freedom. You will be whole again." My body shook, and I felt the fierce battle within me. I wanted to believe it, longed for comfort, yet a deep-rooted instinct told me to resist. "Freedom?" I hissed back, clenching my fists, Freedom from who I am? That's a lie. With every ounce of strength, I unleashed the light from the locket, sending a surge through the shadows, creating a wave of brilliance that countered the darkness creeping ever closer. In a violent burst, the shadows shrieked and recoiled, the figure twisting wildly. Caught between the pull of darkness and the light I wielded. Fight against yourself? You cannot win. I will always return. It raged, a shriek of pure rage, filling the air as the souls of the shadows writhed beneath its command. I pushed until my vision blurred, feeling breathless. Each pulse of light sent a wave of memories rushing forth. It felt like confronting the darkest parts of who, but even as I embraced the warmth, a shiver traveled down my spine, leaving me with a haunting question. Was the darkness truly gone, or merely lying in wait, ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness? The light swallowed me, wrapping around my form like a cocoon, urging me onward. I felt momentarily invincible, as if the horrors I had faced melted away under its glow. Yet, something deep inside me whispered that the comfort I felt was an illusion, a temporary reprieve from the terrible truth lurking just beneath the surface. As I stepped further into the brightness, I noticed the landscape shifting again. Flowers bloomed around me, their petals glistening with dew, vibrant colors exploding like a celebration of life. I wanted to lose myself in their beauty, to forget the darkness that lingered. But something felt off. A wicked undertone hummed beneath the surface, a vibration that sent chills rippling through my skin. Suddenly, the flowers wilted, their vibrant hues draining into an ashen gray. The ground trembled, and the scent of decay filled the air. I stumbled backward, heart racing. The beauty around me twisted into grotesque forms, flowers bending at unnatural angles, as if straining to escape the fetid ground. "Stop, please!" I yelled, fear wrapping around me like a shroud. But the shadows I thought I had escaped began to rise from the earth, oozing like smoke from a dying fire, lurching toward me with a slow, deliberate menace. I could see them twisting, shape-shifting into figures I almost recognized but couldn't quite place. Each entity was draped in darkness, with eyes glimmering like dying stars, haunting reflections of the fear that gripped me. It felt like they were feeding off my terror, growing stronger with each passing second. "Welcome back," they whispered, voices a dissonant chorus that seemed to merge into one, echoing through the air like an unsettling lullaby. "You thought you could leave so easily?" The ground beneath me cracked again, widening into a gaping maw where the shadows writhed eagerly, waiting to engulf me. I felt their cold tendrils crawl over my skin, tugging at my limbs, pulling me toward the darkness that claimed it all. "No!" I gasped, flailing against the grip that wrapped around my ankles. Desperate, I fought against the darkness, clenching the locket in my hand. Light burst forth once more, illuminating the space momentarily, but the shadows recoiled and surged back, more determined than before, as if enraged by my defiance. "Your light can't save you," one of the figures growled, lunging closer. Its face twisted in a grim smirk, features melting like wax, flashing upward to reveal a haunting visage that held a twisted familiarity that sent bile rising in my throat. It was a reflection of my own fears, a distorted shadow of who I had been. I grabbed my head, trying to block out the terror seeping into my thoughts. It whispered all the things I had been running from, the failures I buried, the words I wished I could take back, the moments of despair that felt too heavy to carry. "You are nothing," the figure spat, its voice slithering into my mind. With every shriek, memories coiled around me like chains. Experience flooded back, haunting moments that surged forth from the depths of my past, threatening to swallow me whole. I gasped, trying to push them away, to focus on the light, but the darkness wrapped around my thoughts, tearing at the seams of my mind. "Don't fight it," another voice crooned, dripping with honeyed malice. "Join us, and you will become whole again." The shadows twisted, morphing into the faces of people I had loved, lost, frightened ghosts upon whom I had turned my back. They beckoned to me, their hands reaching out in a haunting plea. "We need you here," they reassured, but I could see the despair lurking behind their eyes, the darkness threatening to consume them too. "No, no," I cried, shaking my head violently as their grasp tightened. "You're not real." The ground rippled beneath me, and I stumbled forward, fighting against the fraying threads of reality that held me in place. I could feel the weight of despair threatening to pull me down, but I couldn't let it. Not again. Summoning my courage, I focused on the locket. "You won't take me. I will find a way out," I screamed, and with another pulse of light, I surged forward, breaking free of their grasp long enough to flee deeper into the labyrinth of shadows. But the moment I thought I had escaped, the air thickened, making every breath feel laborious as the laughter echoed in my ears, drowning out my thoughts. "You can't hide." I pushed on through the shifting forms, each whisper a dagger, slicing through my resolve. The path twisted and turned, and I lost all sense of time or direction. Memories spiraled around, me like a storm, weaving in and out of the darkness that threatened to suffocate me. Up ahead, I could see a flickering light, barely perceptible through the haze of the shadows, beckoning me closer. "This way," it called softly, wrapping around me like a delicate ribbon, urging me onward with a sense of urgency. But as I ran toward it, I felt the shadows clawing at my back. "You can't leave us," they screamed, their voices transforming into a chorus of agony that rattled my bones. I didn't look back but pushed myself forward, heart pounding, footsteps echoing on the dirt beneath me. I was almost there, just a little further. But then the laughter morphed into something sinister, a cacophony of taunts and jeers that echoed through the dark air. "You will never escape your past." In that moment of doubt, the light began to fade, swallowed by a deeper darkness creeping in around me. Panic surged in my chest, battling against the flickering hope that had guided me thus far. "Come back and face us," one shadow hissed. "The deeper you go, the weaker you will become." Grinding my teeth, I broke into a sprint, the ground rumbling ominously beneath my feet. Just as I reached the flickering light, it sputtered and dimmed, as if realizing I was about to grasp the last remaining thread of salvation. Only I didn't stop. I lunged for it, arms outstretched, praying that it wouldn't vanish completely. There was no way I was letting the shadows pull me back into that nightmare. And then, everything went black. Silence engulfed me. I was plunged into an abyss where even the memory of light no longer existed. My heart raced, pumping furiously as panic clawed at my throat. My hands flailed in the dark, grasping at nothing. "Hello," I called out, the sound of my voice swallowed by the oppressive void. Just when it felt like I had lost all sense of self, a spark ignited in the distance. A glimmer of silver blue shimmered, tiny but fierce, pushing against the encroaching darkness like a fluttering flame against a strong wind. I moved toward it, instinctively drawn to its warmth, feeling as though it could guide me back to the light I had lost. But as I neared, I began to hear whispers again, this time clearer, more defined, each syllable sharp and slicing through the silence. "You're so close." Just a little further, cautiously, I reached out, letting the warmth envelop my fingers, clinging to it as if it were the last thread of hope left. "Welcome back," a voice echoed again, chillingly familiar, yet laced with a sly undertone. "You thought you could escape?" Suddenly, the light flickered, dancing like a flame caught in a gust, and the shadows surged around me with a renewed vengeance. I could feel them, tendrils wrapping around my wrists, pulling me back into the darkness where the echoes of despair resonated powerfully. "Don't give in," I told myself, clenching my eyes shut tightly against the onslaught of memories, painful reminders that clawed and begged for attention. With incredible effort, I focused on the light, willing it to grow stronger as I fought against the shadows pulling at my heels. But they were relentless, powerful, each whisper becoming a scream, a cacophony of despair threatening to drown me in waves of agony. Drawing from the deepest corners of my strength, I pushed against them, urging the warmth of the light forward, letting it surge through my body like a tide. The shadows shrieked as the brilliance flooded through me, illuminating every corner of the void and casting a glow that left no room for darkness to escape. "You will not take me," I screamed, channeling every bit of anger, fear, and strength into that moment, feeling the shadows buckle under the pressure of my resolve. The brighter the light burned, the weaker the shadows became, the tendrils loosening their grip as the figures stumbled back, wailing in horrible unison. The familiar shapes began to dissolve, their faces morphing into nothingness as they writhed helplessly against the force of my determination. With every pulse of light, they shrieked louder, hollow cries of anguish echoing in the darkness. You can never forget, but I wouldn't let them win. I pressed forward through the din, carrying the warmth of all the love and laughter that had kept me afloat. I couldn't forget, but I could move forward. With one final surge, I expanded my light, exploding across the void, shattering the shadows. And just like that, the darkness broke away, disintegrating into 1,000 shards of nothingness, tumbling around me until I was left in a starlit void, a vast expanse encouraging me to step through. The light beckoned me closer, illuminating a path filled with shimmering possibilities. I took a breath, steadying myself as I stepped forward, ready to embrace whatever came next, determined not to be defined by fear or darkness again. But in the stillness that followed, a nagging feeling tugged at the back of my mind, a thought pushing through the calm. Was this truly an escape, or merely a transition to another trial? The ground beneath me shifted again, warping into an otherworldly landscape, and as I looked around, a sense of dread settled over me once more. The shadows may have receded into the distance, but their presence lingered in the air, a chilling reminder of what I had escaped and what could still be waiting ahead. As I pressed on, I felt the weight of possibility hanging heavily in the air. Each step was cautious, every glance around me filled with trepidation. The flickering lights melted into darker patches, and I realized I had entered a realm where reality twisted and turned like a labyrinth of my own making. "Where am I?" I whispered, but only silence answered, enveloping me like a soft blanket, hiding secrets I could feel lurking just out of sight. I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows I had fought so hard to leave behind were creeping back, watching and waiting, ready to pounce at the most vulnerable moment. My heart quickened, and once again I found myself scanning the surroundings, desperate for any sign of hope in this strangely bleak land. And then it hit me, a realization so chilling it sent shivers down my spine. What if the darkness was not just an external enemy? What if it was part of me? A hidden shadow lying in wait, plotting its revenge, ready to manifest itself in ways I had yet to fathom. "Keep moving," I muttered, unwilling to succumb to the dread that crawled along my skin like the icy fingers of the night. There has to be a way out, but as I ventured further, I began to see shapes forming in the periphery of my vision, figures just beyond my grasp, whispering my name, promising answers, or perhaps a deeper entanglement with the darkness I had fought. My pulse quickened as I pressed on, every shadow taunting me, flickering like silvery hope before dragging me back into despair. "Face us." I ignored them, purposefully quickening my pace, but the whispers grew louder, filling the air with a chilling duet that echoed from every corner of this haunting place. They surrounded me, their cadence wrapping around my heart. "Don't turn away," they urged. "You can't hide from your past. You brought us here." "No," I shouted, shaking my head as if that would rid me of the darkness swirling around me. "You're not real." But deep inside, fear slithered, wrapping around my essence, tightening its grip. What if they were right? What if running only led me further into a maze of my own failing? The shadows elongated, reaching out with slender fingers trying to pull me back toward them. I could feel the weight of their cold. Ness, the desperate pull of their anguish, heavy and suffocating. Reality blurred and warped, and I stumbled over the uneven terrain, nearly falling into another yawning chasm. Reality blurred and warped, and I stumbled over the uneven terrain, nearly falling into another yawning chasm, dark and endless, that gaped hungrily at my feet. Breathless, I regained my balance just in time to avoid the abyss, but the narrow escape only fueled the fear coursing through my veins. My heart raced harder as I looked around, searching for anything that resembled safety. Each shadow felt alive, swirling greedily, trying to lure me into their depths once more. I pressed on, every step heavier than the last, the shadows whispering lies that slithered around my thoughts, casting doubt on my resolve. Stay with us, they breathe, their voices seductive, weaving through the air like smoke. You belong to us. You can't escape. A bone-chilling laugh echoed from behind me, and I spun around, instinctively shielding my face as if facing a physical blow. The sound wrapped around me, sticky and uncomfortable, filling the air with a sense of dread that felt like a creeping poison. I shivered, trying to push the fear away, but it wrapped around my throat, constricting tighter. The trees looming around me twisted, their branches stretching out like skeletal fingers, ready to snatch me back into the darkness. Do you really think you can outrun your fears? A shadowy figure materialized, dancing flamboyantly from the deeper blackness. They will find you, no matter how far you go. Shut up, I yelled, heart pounding against my ribs, but it only seemed to encourage the entity. It stepped closer, revealing a face that flickered between familiarity and horror, eyes glinting with a manic hunger. Why deny who you are? It taunted, its voice dripping with syrupy malice. All you have to do is surrender. Embrace your truth. The ground beneath me quaked, and I stumbled back, trying to create distance, but the shadows danced around me, encircling, alive with their creeping energy. Their whispers turned into a song, a dark melody that promised release from suffering and pain, promises that felt dangerously tempting. No! I shouted, shaking my head vehemently. You don't own me! Yet doubt churned in my gut, and with every passing moment, it grew louder, threatening to drown out my defiance. The shadows rose around me, and the figures morphed, distorting into the faces of people I knew. Friends, family, those I had lost. Each one layered with sorrow, each one reflecting my deepest regrets and fears. Don't you miss us? Their lips moved in unison, cold smiles stretching across their faces, revealing teeth that appeared sharp and jagged. You left us behind. I felt tears prick at the corners of my eyes, memories flooding back with devastating force, the grief twisting like a knife through my heart. No, I had to move on, I cried, the weight of their accusations pressing down, suffocating me. The shadows hissed in delight, drawing closer, enveloping me with their dark embrace, as if to enfold every shred of warmth the flickering light had once provided. You're trapped in your own cycle of grief, they purred, their voices thick with false sympathy. Join us, and you will finally be free. Desperation clawed at my throat. I won't, I screamed, but it felt like my voice was barely a whisper against the chorus of shadows. They tightened their hold, and dread pooled heavy in my stomach. I turned away, forcing myself to continue down the twisted path, pushing against the overwhelming pull of the darkness. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I focused on moving forward, desperate to find a flicker of light I sensed somewhere ahead. The weight of the shadows behind me felt like a thick fog, and I could hear their whispers growing louder, taunting me. You can run, but you'll never escape. You are ours. I pressed on, stumbling through broken branches and uneven ground, hoping against hope that the light would lead me out of this torment. As I rounded a corner, suddenly, I found myself facing a wall, an endless expanse of black, slick and glistening, seeming to pulse with its own dark energy. My breath hitched, panic rising within me as I frantically searched for a way to climb over. Please, let there be a way, I gasped, running my hands over the cold surface, feeling a chilling pulse beneath my fingertips. But as I searched, dread hung thick in the air, and the shadows loomed behind me, a twisted mass of darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. You thought this would end well? They mocked, a chorus of malicious laughter echoing through the void. Heart racing, I felt their anger building like a storm ready to break, and instinctively, I pressed against the wall harder, as if forcing my will against the shadows. And that's when I noticed a small crack running along the edge. A way out, I whispered in disbelief, hope igniting as I shoved my shoulder against the cold surface, forcing my way through the narrow opening. The darkness swelled behind me as I squeezed through, and for a heartbeat, I thought I might be drawn back in, consumed by the rage of the shadows. But then I broke through, tumbling into a space that was dizzyingly bright, filled with swirling light, the air buzzing with energy. I gasped in awe, but even as I tried to catch my breath, the realization hit. This light was not a sanctuary, but a trap. The brightness blinded me for a moment, and as my eyes adjusted, the beautiful luminescence warped into something sinister. The light began to flicker, pulsing slowly, and ghostly figures materialized all around me. They were ethereal, their forms shifting like mirages in the desert heat, shimmering as if caught between worlds. Each one bore a face I recognized but could not place. "Why fight it?" one figure called, reaching toward me with a hand that glowed with an internal light. "You can stay here. We can be free together." Something in their voice scratched at my mind, clawing down my defenses. Their smiles were hauntingly sweet, twisted by longing and despair, as if they were beckoning me to join them in their eternal rest. "I don't want to stay," I gasped, instinctively stepping back. "I need to move forward." But they continued to sway gently, their voices weaving an enchanting web of melody that began to lure me closer. "But this is peace. Join us. Let go of your burdens." Every fiber of my being screamed against the pull, but the shadows loomed just beyond the light's reach, their claws outstretched and hungry. The light flickered and dimmed, casting a sense of urgency and danger into the serene tableau. "Don't trust them," I blurted, heart hammering as I turned to look at the shadows that crept ever closer, different now. They had taken on forms that twisted the memories of my life into grotesque parodies. Old friends' faces melted into monstrous visages, grinning in malice. "They hurt you. You have to fight." As one of the figures lunged at me, its voice an echo of my own fears, I felt the darkness press against me, pushing me toward the waiting light. "This is your chance to let go," it cajoled. "You could finally be safe." "No!" I shouted defiantly, and just like that, I felt my strength return as I summoned the courage hidden deep within me. "You will not take me again," gathering every ounce of will. I turned away from the eerie figures begging me to join, the light swirling behind me like a tempest caught between fury and sorrow. I sprinted toward the mouth of shadows, feeling the draw of the darkness, battling against my will as I pushed against the storm. "Come back!" they screamed, anger boiling in their voices, reaching out with hands that grasped at my clothes, tugging me back, desperate. But I couldn't look back. I felt the heat build in my chest, a powerful light igniting deep within me, pushing against the encroaching darkness. Bright tendrils stretched outward, lashing at the shadows trying to wrap around me, breaking their hold with each pulse of my heart. "Leave me!" I screamed, my voice echoing out, a furious defiance that surged through my veins. I burst from the edge of the light into the safety of shadow, fleeing away from the cacophony behind me, feeling the shadows retreating, shrieking in fury as they began to fade back into the black. And as I raced deeper into the darkness, I noticed something strange, a soft luminescence that glowed faintly in the distance, a flicker of warmth trying to pierce the ominous veil surrounding me. Was it a way out? Or was it another trap? Taking a deep breath, I plunged toward it, heart pounding as I wondered what awaited me as I ventured into the unknown, ready to confront whatever horrors might lie within the shadows. And though uncertainty gripped me, I felt a growing resolve. I wouldn't let the darkness consume me. I could face whatever lay ahead, for I had survived this far through sheer willpower. And maybe, just maybe, it was enough to guide me to salvation. But as I pressed on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching, lurking just beyond my vision, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when I was most vulnerable. A frigid chill swept through the air, and I knew I had to keep moving to stay one step ahead of the lurking horrors, no matter the toll it took on my spirit. Every echo of footsteps sounded like heavy thunder in the silence, and the darkness clawed at me in blind pursuit, whispering despair and regret. "Remember us," they urged, their voices rising in a chilling crescendo. "We will never truly leave you." My breaths came fast and shallow as I quickened my pace, fear pressing down around me, squeezing tightly like a vice. Each heartbeat screamed of urgency, urging me toward the shimmering light that promised respite from this nightmare. As I drew closer, I could sense something shifting behind me, a new presence, darker and more foreboding than before. It smelled of rot and despair, a vile stench that made me want to gag. I dared not to look back, fear coiling tightly in my gut, but I could feel its hunger, prowling just out of sight, calculating, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. "Run!" A ghostly whisper echoed through the dark, a voice that implored me, but was tinged with desperation. "Don't look back, or they will catch you." With every ounce of will left in me, I bolted toward the glimmering light, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I felt the shadows nipping at my heels, their laughter morphing into a feral growl. Suddenly, I burst through a thin veil of darkness, and the light enveloped me, brilliant and blinding. A warmth flooded through me, washing over my skin like a healing balm, lifting the weight of despair that had clung to me for so long. But the shadows broke through the edge of the light, ferocious and howling, their figures twisting and contorting, teeth bared in anger. They shrieked as the light began to pulse softly, a rhythm that echoed my own heartbeat, creating a barrier around me that flickered like a dying flame. "Stay back!" I shouted, raising my hands, feeling the warmth radiating from my core, sending powerful beams of light into the gloom. "You will not take me." But the darkness surged towards me with a ferocity I couldn't ignore. I gasped as it enveloped the light, smothering it with its suffocating embrace, and I felt the last fading warmth slice through my heart. As the shadows closed in, their howls became a cacophony of despair, drowning out my thoughts and stealing my breath. I felt the fear wrap around me tightly, chilling me to my bones. Had I truly reached the end? But just then, a flicker ignited deep within me, a spark of defiance that surged against the shadow's cold grasp. Fueled by a fierce desire to survive, I drew upon every ounce of strength left, pulling the warmth of my memories closer, igniting the light within. "No!" I screamed, my voice rising above the deluge of darkness, a battle cry that reverberated with every shred of my being. With a burst of blinding energy, the light erupted outward in a brilliant shockwave, casting aside the shadows that threatened to devour me whole. All at once, the howls stilled, replaced by a bone-chilling silence that fell like a heavy shroud. I stood amidst the chaos, heart racing, pulse thrumming in my ears as I fought to steady my breath. The swirling shadows evaporated before me, their forms shrinking and fading, retreating from the unrelenting brilliance that surged around me. But as the last flickers of darkness fled, I felt a deep unease settling in my stomach, like a stone dropping into water and sending ripples of dread scattering through my thoughts. Even though the shadows had receded, I could still feel their presence lurking just beyond the edge of light, waiting for a chance to strike again. The bright glow faded to a dim shine, leaving me in a half-lit space, caught in a twilight that seemed to breathe with a life of its own. I took a shaky breath, trying to calm the racing of my heart. "Where am I now?" I whispered to myself, glancing around the sprawling emptiness that stretched endlessly before me. The walls seemed to shift, flickering between solid and shadow, as if they held a secret I wasn't meant to uncover. Everywhere I looked, there were dim shapes fluttering in the corner of my vision, fleeting forms that dissolved into nothing as I turned to face them. But the oppressive silence hung thick, and somewhere deep within my mind, A voice whispered warning of what was to come. Slowly, I began to walk forward, each footstep echoing in the stillness, a reminder of my solitude. Fear prickled at the back of my mind, urging me to turn back, to escape this haunting place. But something propelled me onward, an odd mix of dread and determination that kept my legs moving. As I ventured deeper into the shadows, the air grew colder, wrapping around me like a shroud, and with every step, I could feel the weight of unseen eyes watching me, probing, waiting. I shivered involuntarily as whispers flitted through the air, unintelligible at first, but growing clearer with each passing moment. "Come closer," they sang, sweetly seductive, laced with malice. "We've been waiting for you." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I stopped dead in my tracks, scanning the infinite gloom for the source of the sound. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound brave despite the tremor in my voice. The shadows shifted, coiling and reeling back as if forming a living entity, a dark figure that rose from the depths, faceless yet somehow impossibly familiar. "You know us," it hissed, its voice a low and chilling growl that reverberated through the air. "We are the echoes of your past." I felt my stomach drop, the truth hitting me like a punch. Panic surged through my body. "No, you're just memories," I shouted, anger igniting in my chest. "You can't hurt me." "But we've always been a part of you," the figure replied, its tone almost sorrowful, yet twisted with a cruel edge. "You created us, nourished us with your fear. We are your darkest desires manifested." As it spoke, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, stirring the shadows into a frenzy. Images flickered within the curling darkness. Faces I recognized, moments I had tried to forget. The echo of laughter turned into haunted cries, bliss twisted into torment. "No!" I screamed, shaking my head violently, but it felt futile. The dark figure continued to advance, growing taller, looming over me with its swirling mass of anguish and regret. "You cannot outrun your own heart. You carry us wherever you go." I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, desperate to escape this horrifying entity. "I won't let you in," I shouted, my voice breaking but fueled with defiance. As I turned to flee, the shadows lunged at me, wrapping around my ankles like icy chains. I felt their grip tighten, dragging me back toward the figure. "You belong with us," the whispers cried, echoing around me, a chorus of despair that threatened to swallow me whole. Fighting with every ounce of strength, I struggled to break free, clawing at the darkness. But the shadows only intertwined tighter, snaring me closer to the malevolent presence. "We are the truth you buried, the pain you tried to forget," it hissed, drawing closer still. "We will always find you." As the shadows pressed in, a panic-stricken thought crossed my mind. What if they were right? What if I couldn't escape my own darkness? Just then, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a flicker of light, a weak, almost imperceptible glow wavering in the distance. It was my only chance. Summoning all my willpower, I forced my legs to move again, pushing against the oppressive grip of the shadows, dragging myself toward the fading warmth. "Let go of me!" I yelled, the light pulling me closer, its glow washing over me like a soothing balm. I felt the chains of darkness loosen ever so slightly as the figure howled in frustration. "You think you can escape?" The light intensified, becoming a beacon of hope piercing through the gloom. I reached out my hand, desperation surging through me as I dove towards the glow, feeling the shadows peel away as if the light held a repellent power. With a fierce burst of energy, I broke free from the chain-like shadows, tumbling forward into the radiant warmth. The light enveloped me, its brilliance pushing the darkness away, but not without leaving a chill that danced along my skin. As I steadied myself, my heart still racing, I looked back at the dark figure that now writhed in the shadows, its shape twisted in rage. "You'll come back, you always do," it bellowed, the echoes of its voice lingering painfully in the air. But the light was my sanctuary. I took a deep breath, grounding myself, feeling a surge of determination. "Not this time," I whispered, glancing back one last time before I stepped further into the light, leaving behind the torment of shadows. Each step forward felt like breaking the chains that weighed heavy on my soul. Each burst of light illuminating the path ahead, guiding me through the uncertainty that clawed at my heart. Shadows loomed at the edges of the light, still present, but powerless against its brilliance. I felt a strange mix of fear and triumph, knowing that my journey wasn't over yet. More challenges awaited, and I would have to face the remnants of darkness still clinging to the fragments of my being. I followed the soft pulse of light, each rhythm resonating with my heart, drawing me away from the chorus of shadows' taunts, their voices fading into whispers I could nearly forget. It was an odd comfort that filled the emptiness around me. "Might you stay with us?" a soft voice called, and I paused for a heartbeat, my breath hitching as a new figure stepped into view. This one not formed from shadows, but glimmering with a gentle luminescence. "Who?" I breathed, stepping forward cautiously, curiosity battling against the instinct to flee. "Someone who understands," it said in a melodic tone that resonated against my soul. "Someone who can help you." The figure took on more form, revealing features that felt achingly familiar. "I can guide you through," it said, extending a hand that glowed, filled with warmth that promised safety. Everything inside me screamed caution, but something deep down also yearned for connection, for help. I hesitated, wrestling with my fear as memories washed over me. Broken pieces of trust and friendship lost in the chaos of the past. "I can help you face what lies within," it coaxed, voice soothing like the first rays of dawn. With a trembling breath, I stepped closer. I never wanted to face it, I admitted, the shadows behind me whispering their terrible truths, reminding me of the pain I carried. "I know," the figure said softly, "but every secret you hide only gives them more power. You have to confront it." Guilt and fear coiled in my stomach, but I nodded, drawn to the warmth of the light in front of me. "Okay," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I'll try." Together, we ventured deeper into the light, leaving behind the shadows that seemed to linger on the outskirts, waiting for a moment of weakness. With each step, the ground pulsed beneath us, a heartbeat guiding me forward, illuminating my path. Yet even in this radiant space, I sensed the shadow's presence, lurking just out of reach, waiting for the moment I faltered. But I couldn't let the darkness grip me again. I wouldn't. The figure beside me began to dissolve into sparkles of light, their form shifting into something ethereal that trailed around me with every movement, whispering promises of safety and knowledge. "This way," it said, guiding me toward a shimmering portal at the edge of our light-washed sanctuary. "You will need to face your fears to truly break free." The air shimmered around us, soft whispers swirling in the tendrils of warmth, brushing against my skin in a way that made me shiver. "What if I can't?" I stammered, feeling the weight of uncertainty creep back in. A warmth enveloped me. "Believe in yourself," the figure urged gently. "You have carried the light within you all along." With a collective gasp, I stepped through the pulsating light toward the portal, feeling the warmth wrapping around me like a protective shield. But just as I crossed the threshold, the whispering shadows returned, clawing at the edges of my consciousness. "You cannot escape us," they roared, an echo of ominous laughter reverberating through the air, suffocating the brilliance I'd grasped for. And as I moved, I felt a sudden, bone-deep chill slam through me, swallowing every ounce of warmth I had brought. The safety of the light wavered, fading to dark corners that flickered as I crossed over. Time felt suspended in that moment, terror freezing me in place as the shadows surged forward. "You belong to the darkness," they shrieked, voices merging into one terrifying chorus. I stumbled back, heart racing, feeling the light slip through my fingers. Had I made a terrible mistake stepping through? But before the shadows closed in, I felt a light voltage ignite deep within, a force fueled by all I had survived, burning fiercely against the growing darkness. "No!" You have no power over me. With an instinctive surge, I drew the light toward me, letting go of every doubt and fear. It exploded outward from my core, a bright shield against the overwhelming darkness, and I felt the shift, my essence mixing with the light, rebuffing every whisper of despair that threatened to crush me. The shadows recoiled, their forms twisting in agony, shrieks of rage echoing around me as my light pushed them back, forcing them out into the void they came from. "You will not take me," I gasped, body trembling with the exertion of fighting every dark memory that had ever haunted me. The portal pulsed, flickering between worlds, and I could see just beyond it another realm waiting, glistening with a promise of safety. My heart pounded, and I lunged forward, propelled by the desperate drive to escape the lingering shadows that clawed at my heels. I felt the brilliance of pure light wrap around me like a second skin, flooding over me as I surged through the portal, falling through an endless space filled with vibrant colors and echoes of laughter. But as I emerged, a sudden realization struck me. I had not left my darkness behind. Not yet. The shadows still lingered, just beyond my reach, trapped in the space between worlds. I had faced many of my fears, but the battle was not finished. I could still feel the remnants coiling around me, waiting, plotting their return. "I can't let them win," I whispered to myself, determination growing stronger. With the light glowing within me, I stood tall, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, knowing that my journey had only just begun. The uncertainty of the shadows drove me forward, igniting a fierce resolve to face my demons once and for all. I wouldn't look away again. I would face the darkness and fight with everything I had left. And in this strange, beautiful realm that lay before me, I finally understood. The light was not just an escape. It was the strength I had been searching for, my own power to overcome, to navigate the darkness that sought to devour me. As I took one last deep breath, prepared for the challenges yet to come, I stepped boldly into the unknown, ready to reclaim my destiny, ready to wield the light that had sparked within my heart. I was not just a puppet of fear and shadows. I was the master of my own fate. As I took one last deep breath, prepared for the challenges yet to come, I stepped boldly into the unknown, ready to reclaim my destiny, ready to wield the light that had sparked within my heart. Each step felt surreal, almost as if the ground beneath me was alive, pulsing with energy that thrummed up through my feet and into my core. The vibrant colors around me seemed to shift and swirl, like paint being mixed into a kaleidoscope of emotion. I could feel excitement, but also tension. A taste of trepidation lingered in the air, making the hairs on my arms stand at attention. As I walked forward, a soft mist began to rise around my ankles, swirling in patterns that seemed to dance with a will of their own. The vibrant landscape fragmented into shadows at the edges of my vision, reminding me of the darkness waiting just beyond this realm. An unsettling chill drifted through the air, lowering the temperature around me, as if the shadows themselves were reaching into this new space, hungry and restless. I pressed on, unsure of what awaited me next. Suddenly, the mist thickened, swirling faster, swirling up into a whirlwind that enveloped me. Each breath turned difficult, and I felt the pressure of something unseen tightening around my chest. "What is happening?" I gasped, panic rising in my throat. Then, within the swirling mist, I glimpsed shapes emerging, amorphous figures shifting like smoke, weaving together into grotesque forms. Faces began to take shape, their features contorted in expressions of anguish and longing, mouths opening in silent screams. These were the reminders of my past, each wretched visage a memory I had tried to bury deep within. "Remember us?" they whispered, voices echoing like a haunting lullaby that chilled my bones. "You cannot escape our truths." My heart raced as I stumbled backward, desperately trying to create distance between me and the nightmarish figures closing in. "Stay back!" I shouted, but they only laughed, their voices merging into a cacophony that reverberated through my mind, clawing at my sanity. You brought us here. We are you? I could feel the shadows pressing at the edge of my vision, waiting for me to falter, and doubt curled in my stomach like a serpent. But I took a steadying breath, reminding myself of the light still glowing within. I am not you, I yelled, forcing my voice to be strong against the rising tide of despair. With a sudden burst of energy, I stepped forward, drawing the light toward me like a shield. It illuminated the swirling mist around me, pushing back against the grotesque forms that shrieked and twisted. They recoiled in horror as the radiant glow intensified, their expressions tearing into confusion and rage. But just as I felt victory surging through me, the ground beneath me trembled violently. A fissure opened up, swallowing the light and threatening to plunge me into the abyss below. Shadows spilled from the rift, screaming as they lashed out, engulfing the light in a twisted dance, eager to pull me down into their suffocating embrace. No! I howled, gripping the edges of the ground as I struggled to stay above the widening chasm. My fingers clawed at the rocky surface, desperate to hold on as the darkness loomed all around, stretching upward like gnarled fingers determined to pull me down into the waiting void. Let go, the shadows hissed, their whispers wrapping around my mind, filled with promises of escape, of freedom if I surrendered. You'll never defeat us. With every ounce of strength, I fought to remain anchored to the surface, to the light that flickered in my heart. I will not give in, I screamed, my voice piercing through the darkness. The ground shuddered again, shaking violently as I desperately clawed my way back, feeling the sweat bead on my forehead, my heart hammering against my chest. Just when I thought I was lost, I caught sight of a shimmering glow emerging from the crack, the light from before. It pulsed, strategically reaching out toward me, a hand from the heavens offering salvation. Take my hand, it beckoned, its voice sweet and inviting, yet urgent. I strained against the shadowy grip, reaching out for the radiance, my fingers brushing against the cool light. Instantly, a jolt of energy surged through me, fueling my resolve, filling me with hope once more. I won't disappear into the darkness, I shouted, pulling hard against the shadow's grasp. In that moment, I felt the shadows weaken, their cold fingers releasing their hold as I clawed my way back up. The fissure started to close, retreating as if it recognized my determination. I pulled myself up hard, rolling away from the edge, gasping as I landed safely back on solid ground. The amorphous figures that had tormented me paused, confused, unsure. You can't escape your truth, they cried, their voices melding into a dreadful harmony that made my skin crawl. We will always return, but as I rose to my feet, shaking dirt and dust from my clothes, I stood with newfound strength. Maybe you will, I replied fiercely, but I will face you every time. I took a deep breath, and the light inside me flared, banishing the swirling mist, driving back the figures that threatened to consume me. They hissed, their faces twisting in anger, but I could feel the power of the light growing stronger, pushing the shadows further away. Enough! I yelled, allowing the light to surge outward, engulfing everything around me in brilliant luminescence. The glowing energy radiated from my core, illuminating the mist, purging the tumult of shadows that loomed above. With that radiant force coursing through my veins, I felt unstoppable, powerful enough to confront my own fears. The mist eased, and the figures faded like smoke caught in the wind. You cannot extinguish us, they countered, voices desperate yet still echoing. With sorrow. But I didn't care. I had faced the shadow, and I would face whatever lay next. As they dissolved, I turned my gaze to the pulsating portal shimmering ahead. I stepped carefully closer, the light pulsing around me like a heartbeat, beckoning me toward what lay beyond. An intense energy filled the air, vibrating with possibility. But as I reached for the new realm, I hesitated. What if this is just another trick? I thought, my heart racing with anxiety as doubt crept back in, freezing my movements once more. What if everything I had faced up to this point was just a facade, and I had merely traded one nightmare for another. Then, I remembered the light that coursed within me, the strength I had found through battling the shadows. Maybe I could trust in myself to navigate whatever lay ahead. I mustered every ounce of courage and stepped forward. As I crossed into the portal, my heart hammered, and the world around me shifted, swirling into a kaleidoscope of colors that overwhelmed my senses. For a moment, I felt weightless, buoyed by the energy around me. Then, just as suddenly, I landed hard on solid ground. I blinked, adjusting my vision to the dim light of the new realm, a landscape unlike anything I had ever seen. It was a twisted forest, the trees gnarled and tall, their branches reaching like skeletal fingers into the inky black sky. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, and a shiver crawled up my spine. But as I stood there, something in the darkness caught my eye, a glimmer of light slipping between the trees, beckoning me to approach. Hope flickered inside me, but unease echoed in the hollow silence around me. As I moved toward the light, I could feel a heaviness pressing down, an anticipation growing as if something was lying in wait. Suddenly, whispers broke through the quiet, chilling my blood. "You shouldn't be here," they warned, drifting on the wind like fragile leaves. "Turn back while you can." I hesitated, fear gripping me once more. Were these voices here to protect me or to lure me deeper into danger? But curiosity won over trepidation, and I pressed on despite the growing dread. The trees closed in around me, their trunks twisting grotesquely as if trying to block my path. The glow beckoned me further, a soft luminescence that illuminated the path ahead, and I could almost feel its warmth wrapping around me like an embrace. Just a little closer, I urged myself, every instinct battling the primal fear clawing at my heart. Suddenly, the light flickered, and I felt the temperature drop. A creeping fog began to rise, wrapping around my ankles, curling like cold fingers that caressed my skin. As I stepped into the thickening mist, the warmth of the light waned, leaving me feeling exposed and vulnerable. The shadows shifted among the trees, taking form once again. I could see them watching, lurking in the corners of my vision, their laughter a low, haunting sound that echoed through the air. "You're too late," they jeered, their voices dripping with mockery. "This place belongs to us." With every ounce of courage I could muster, I pushed forward, shaking off the suffocating fog that clung to me. "I won't let you control me," I shouted, my voice rising in defiance. But the shadows shrieked, a piercing sound that rattled my bones, and from within the fog emerged a figure, a dark silhouette that seemed disturbingly familiar. I squinted, dread pooling in the pit of my stomach as I recognized the face before me. It was a twisted version of myself, grinning widely with an unsettling glimmer in its eyes that reflected every fear and insecurity I had ever faced. "You can't escape who you are," the figure taunted, stepping closer, shifting like smoke. "You invited us here. This is your true self." "No!" I cried out, backing away, but the shadows pressed in behind me, blocking my path. "I am not you." Yet the twisted version laughed, a sound that echoed in the hollow depths of my heart. "Admit it, you've always known I was there." An oppressive weight filled the air, suffocating and heavy. I felt the shadows closing in, threatening to snuff out my light once more. "That's where you're wrong," I shouted back, narrowing my eyes. "I refuse to let you take control. You are nothing but a fragment of my fear." With those words echoing in my mind, I drew upon the flickering light within, letting it burst forth like a supernova, washing over the monstrous reflection of myself. The darkness reeled back, hiding from the light's warmth, but it only fueled the monstrous version's rage. "You'll pay for this," it screeched, eyes narrowing in malice, and I could feel its fury building, eager to lash out at me. But I stood firm, feeling the pulse of courage within guiding me. "You can't hurt me anymore," I declared, channeling all the light I had left, allowing it to expand, to engulf me in a protective cocoon. As the golden glow pushed forward, the dark version twisted and writhed, attempting to retreat, but unable to evade the radiant force surging toward it. "You will regret this," it shrieked, its form distorting horrifically. "Enough!" I roared, letting the light explode outward, engulfing everything in its path. Shadows writhed and shrieked, dissipating into the warm glow that surrounded me. The faces of my past faded into nothing, their anguished expressions replaced by clarity, and the laughter of my dark reflection shattered like glass. With one final push of energy, I released the light, and the darkness faded away, retreating with agonizing screams until silence returned to the mystical forest. I stood there, my heart racing, feeling utterly drained but victorious. I had faced the shadows and emerged stronger, refusing to succumb to their grip. Yet a lingering whisper lingered in my mind, a soft warning, a reminder that the darkness might return. Taking a deep, steadying breath, I scanned the landscape, my heart still pounding fiercely. The eerie stillness surrounded me, but it felt different now. I could sense the glow of possibilities ahead. A light flickered in the distance, calling me toward the next chapter of my journey, the path destined to lead me toward greater understanding. With resolve burning bright, I began walking forward, propelled by the strength of my choices and the willingness to face whatever lay ahead. I might be weary, but I knew that I could journey through the darkness and emerge into the light. And as long as I embraced my truth, as long as I held on to the light that thrummed deep within me, I could face anything this world put in my way. As long as I embraced my truth, as long as I held on to the light that thrummed deep within me, I could face anything this world put in my way. The path ahead twisted deeper into the heart of the forest, each step filled with a sense of foreboding that left a chill creeping up my spine. The trees loomed taller, their branches knotted like the fingers of a giant, reaching in every direction, blocking out the light from the stars above. A heavy mist clung to the ground, swirling like a living thing, wrapping around my ankles and pulling me toward the earth as if it longed to devour me. As I moved further, I could hear faint whispers riding on the wind, a blend of desperate cries and soft hisses that seemed to echo from every direction. My heart raced. I strained to make sense of the disembodied voices, no longer just shadows of memories. "Help us," one voice pleaded, while another hissed, "You belong here." "Stop!" I shouted, but the whispers only grew louder, blending into a cacophony that drowned out my thoughts. They were everywhere, slithering through the darkness, tugging at my emotions, pulling me into the despair they held. Suddenly, the ground beneath me trembled, and from the mist emerged a shape, a twisted figure draped in rags, its eyes glowing like embers in a dying fire. My breath caught in my throat as it lurched toward me, moving with an unsettling grace, its long fingers trailing through the fog. "You must not go further," it croaked, a voice dripping with malice. "This place holds what you fear most." I took a step back, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. The figure drew closer, its mouth stretching into a grotesque smile, revealing rows of jagged teeth that looked like broken glass. The warmth of my inner light flickered, dimming as its presence suffocated the air around me. "You think you've conquered your shadows," it taunted, "but you can't escape your own truth." "Leave me alone," I shouted, summoning what courage I had left, letting the glow inside me burst forth in defiance. Bright beams of light shot out, illuminating the oppressive darkness, but the figure only hissed, retreating momentarily before stalking forward again, gaining strength from my fear. It paused, cocking its head to one side. "You fear being alone, don't you?" The way it spoke cut deep, and memories of isolation surged back, moments when I felt painfully invisible. "You're nothing without us." In that moment, the shadows around me responded. Figures began to materialize from the mist, all twisted versions of myself, each holding a mirror reflecting my darkest insecurities. They laughed softly, their eyes vacant, mouths smirking in mockery. I looked around, horrified, radiating light, yet still feeling consumed by the weight of their despair. In a surge of anger, I lifted my chin, forcing the light to pulse brighter. "I am more than my fears," I declared, channels of energy breaking forth like lightning, pushing back against the encroaching shadows. The twisted figure responded with a shriek that echoed like nails on a chalkboard, a sound that rattled the branches above and sent shivers racing down my spine. The figures surrounding me writhed, their laughter morphing into howls of frustration as the light pushed them away. But it wasn't over. As I stood there, the ground beneath me quaked violently, and the sky above darkened, swirling ominously. The shadows began to coalesce into a towering shape, a monstrous retreating figure that loomed above me, its vastness casting a veil of panic over my heart. Reality twisted as the ground split open again, revealing a dark pit that seemed to stretch into infinity. From that abyss, more shadows cascaded, pouring forth with the intention of consuming everything. "You think you can move on?" the monstrous shadow roared, a voice deep and filled with an anger that rattled my bones. "You are tangled in your own web." I stumbled back, fear overtaking my senses, but then the light pulsed within me, reminding me of the courage I had mustered before. Standing tall, I raised my fists, letting the warmth spread until it enveloped me entirely, pushing back against the encroaching darkness that threatened to swallow me whole. The shadows recoiled, howling in frustration, but the colossal figure surged forward, its dark form towering over me, ready to bring me down with a single strike. "Face your doom," it thundered, the ground shaking beneath its power. In that terrifying moment, time slowed as I drew upon every ounce of strength. "I will not!" I yelled, my shout echoing through the air, pulling on the well of light within me. With a command I didn't realize I'd had, I unleashed the energy, sending beams of light cascading outward. The blinding radiance erupted like a sun, illuminating every corner of the dark landscape, forcing the monstrous shadow to retreat with a deafening shriek. The pit began to close, the swirling mass of darkness writhing, as if it were a living creature trying desperately to escape. The grotesque forms around me screamed in terror, disappearing into the depths as the light consumed them, erasing their presence from my reality. But even as the light surged, I felt a tug at my heart, a whisper of doubt that echoed within. "You may have won this battle," the monstrous shadow hissed, "but the war is far from over." I faltered for just a moment, uncertainty creeping in like fog, sliding into the corners of my mind. But then I felt it. The warmth radiated out, reigniting the courage that had pushed me through my darkest moments. "I am ready," I announced defiantly. The shadows hissed and evaporated, swallowed by the light. Yet I knew it wouldn't be long before they returned. Taking a deep breath, I turned from the pit, knowing I had only just begun to uncover what lay ahead. The landscape shuddered around me, the air still thick with tension, but I felt a newfound strength surging through my veins. As I walked deeper into the forest, I sensed that the path would not be easy. The shadows might be lurking in wait, but I was no longer afraid. Each step forward felt like a promise I made to myself, to confront the darkness within and to seek out the light no matter how deep the shadows tried to pull me. Ahead, the path forked, leading into two different directions. One towards a gloomy thicket where a low, ominous growl resonated, and the other toward a faint glimmer, like a distant star beckoning me to follow. The choice weighed heavily on me as I felt the shadows creeping closer, their icy fingers tempting me to choose the path of fear. "Stay strong," I murmured to myself, glancing between the two paths. Each route pulsed with potential, the darkness promising easy escape, while the glimmer held the promise of discovery. Finally, I chose the glimmering path, even as doubt clawed at my insides. The moment I stepped forward, the ground began to tremble again, and the growls grew louder, echoing through the trees. "Fool," the voices taunted, "they will feast on your light." And just like that, the air grew thick with an overwhelming odor, something rotten and foul, like decay, hanging in the air. My stomach churned as I fought to hold on to my bravery, reminding myself of the warmth inside. Yet, as I pressed on, the light guiding me, the ground beneath my feet began to crack and splinter, revealing a network of shadows writhing just below the surface. They snaked up, tendrils of darkness reaching out like 1,000 tiny snakes trying to pull me down. "Help us reclaim you," they called, their voices mingling with the growls as echoes of despair echoed in the shadows' taunts. "You can't escape." The thick blanket of shadows quivered angrily as I stepped further along the path, growing more insistent, feeding off the fear that radiated from me. Just then, the sharp scream of a lost soul pierced the gloom, sending icy tendrils of dread spiraling down my spine. "Save me," a voice cried, snaking around me. "It's too late. Don't let them take you too." In my heart, concern ignited. Was there someone trapped here, lost to the shadows? I hesitated, weighing my choices. Would helping this soul lead me to my own downfall? Or could I find the strength within me to help both myself and someone else? My gaze darted toward the glimmering light ahead and the thickening shadows behind me, the growls growing louder while the cries for help echoed all around. Stay strong, I whispered fiercely, willing myself to assess the situation. Determined, I turned toward the agonized cries, stepping off the path and into the darkness swirling around me. As I neared the source of the sound, a figure began to take shape from within the fog, its features barely discernible, but radiating pain and fear. "Help!" it begged, arms outstretched. "Please!" I could see the desperate pleading in its eyes, and despite the rising shadows around me, I felt a surge of empathy. I stepped closer, ignoring the growls vibrating through the air, pushing the warmth of my light toward the figure. "I'm here," I said gently, reaching out. "I'll help you." But as I extended my hand, a wave of shadows surged forward, enveloping me in a suffocating embrace. "Don't trust it," they hissed, clawing at my skin, and I felt a sharp pang of panic. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on the warmth radiating within, urging the glimmer of light to expand and push back against the encroaching darkness. "No, I won't be afraid," I shouted, feeling the light fight to break free. In an explosive burst, I thrust the light forward, forcing it against the shadows, illuminating the figure as its anguish momentarily faded. I saw the desperate soul, lost but not yet consumed. "Help me," it pleaded. "I want to escape." "Hold on, I'm here," I cried, using my light as a beacon of hope, pulling it into the darkness with me, determined to rescue it, even if I faced the shadows again. The figure's face twisted in pain as the shadows clung tighter, wrapping around it like a vice. "You don't know what you're dealing with. I won't abandon you." The warmth surged in my heart, a fiercely protective instinct growing within me. I reached out, drawing the light even closer, stuffing it into the shadows that clawed at us both. Something shifted, a balance of power lingering just out of reach, as the shadows shrieked in anger, their twisted forms boiling like a pot about to explode. "Everyone you save will fall with you," they screeched, their rage piercing the air, filling every crevice of the forest. But I could feel the figure trying to merge with me, desperate to escape as the light shone brighter still, pushing against the darkness, room to breathe again. With a powerful shove, I pulled the soul from the shadow's grip, and together we glimmered with luminescent energy, engulfing the darkness in our shared hope. As the screams of agony reverberated all around, I knew we weren't just fighting for ourselves, but for every soul that had been claimed by the night. Realizing this illuminated strength within me, I pressed forward, determined to embrace the light. And as the forest quaked around us, shadows spiraled like a storm, the air thick with tension and uncertainty. I stood firm, holding my ground against a force larger than myself. "Together," I declared, holding my hand tightly with the figure I had rescued, letting our lights fuse into an even brighter flame. "We will conquer this darkness." The colors of the forest began to twist and change, merging with the light surrounding us, creating a magnificent aurora that lit up the skies. Shadows twisted and writhed, their malice waning as they struggled against our united force. "Bind together," I urged, and with every fiber of our being, we pushed our light into the swirling blackness until the last remnants of the shadows began to collapse, swallowed by the very light that had once been threatened. With a final resounding roar, the shadows hissed, retreating deeper into the dark landscape, fading into nothingness. The air grew still, and the trees sighed as the pressure eased. I looked at the figure beside me, still trembling yet glowing with newfound hope. "You're safe now," I whispered, relief washing over me in waves. But as the forest began to settle, a new sensation washed over me, a presence lingering just beyond the trees, watching us with piercing eyes. Dread coiled in my stomach as I realized the shadows had not truly left. In the depths of the forest, something stirred, a creature hidden from sight, waiting in the recesses of my depths of the forest. Something stirred, a creature hidden from sight, waiting in the recesses of my mind. A chill crawled down my spine, and my instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't leave the figure beside me. It needed my strength as much as I needed the light it radiated. The air felt charged, thick with tension, and I could sense a presence looming, dark and watching, like a predator poised to strike. I glanced around, scanning the trees, each shadow now casting a more sinister fill as a low rumble echoed from deep within the wood. "Stay close," I whispered, grasping the figure's hand tighter. But even as I spoke, the trees seemed to lean in, branches swaying unnaturally, silhouetted shapes shifting just within my peripheral vision. Whispers returned, soft, coiling sounds that wrapped around my mind, urging me to forget the light and surrender to the dark. "Do you feel that?" my companion murmured, glancing nervously toward the brooding woods. "It's like we're being hunted." A knot tightened in my stomach as I nodded, the weight of this unsettling realization sinking deep. Just then, a sudden rustle erupted from the underbrush, and I spun around, heart racing, ready to confront whatever lay behind me. What emerged was not a mere shadow, but a grotesque creature, its body a tangled mass of limbs and hair, its eyes sunken deep into its skull, glowing with an otherworldly hunger. It took a step forward, dragging a foot that scratched against the ground, leaving a trail of decaying leaves. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline surging through me. The creature emitted a bone-chilling screech, a sound that cut through the night air like a knife, and it lunged forward, snapping its jaws inches from where I stood. My heart raced as I dragged the figure away, pushing deeper into the forest, knowing full well how quickly the darkness could swallow us whole. Branches whipped against my face, clawing at my skin, as the creature hissed behind us, its breath hot and fetid. "Where are we going?" The figure panted, fear evident in its voice. The shadows around us felt alive, crawling, eager to pull us in. "I don't know," I shouted back, blinking away panic. "We can't stop. Just keep running." We dashed forward, every heartbeat echoing a rhythm of fear. A sharp turn sent us stumbling onto a narrow path, barely visible under the ominous canopy above. The light that buzzed inside me flickered as we plunged into the darkness, the creature's growls echoing close behind. "Keep it together," I muttered, searching for any sign of safety. As we ran, the shadows morphed around us, strange shapes appearing and disappearing, flickering at the edges of my vision. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath me, and I fell into a pit, the air rushing out of my lungs as I tumbled downwards. Panic surged within me. How deep was this abyss? I landed hard, jarring my bones, a flash of pain radiating through my body, but there was no time to dwell on it. The figure followed closely behind, landing beside me with a soft thud. The darkness wrapped tightly around us, the only sound the relentless growling still echoing above, hinting at the creature's proximity. "Are you okay?" I asked, breathless, scanning the walls of the pit. The air felt heavy and oppressive, low murmurs of ancient words filling the void around us. "I think so," My companion replied, trying to steady their breathing. What now? Panic clawed at my throat. We have to find a way out. I could feel the chill of the shadows seeping into my bones, nearly suffocating in its cold grip. As I lifted my gaze, the dim light struggling to penetrate the pit's confines revealed reflective eyes staring back at us from every direction. Shapes moved along the edges, shifting and twisting in a grotesque dance. I realized then that we were not alone. The shadows held faces, haunted, twisted forms of those who had fallen victim to whatever curse plagued this place. Their mouths opened in silent screams, reaching out toward us as if begging for help, and I felt their despair tugging at my heart. Don't look at them, I urged, gripping the figure's arm. They're trapped in here. Focus on finding a way out. The shadows intensified, crawling closer, eager to wrap us in their cold embrace. Panic surged as I searched for a route back to the surface, desperate to escape their grasp. The whispers grew louder, a haunting melody of regret and sorrow. Join us, they called, their voices intertwining like a web. You won't escape this fate. You belong to the dark. No, I shouted, steeling my resolve. I'm not like you. But the shadows pressed closer, the air thickening with their collective energy. Just then, from the darkness, a figure took form, a skeletal silhouette swathed in rags, with fingers elongated, curling like the branches of the trees above. It leaned forward, its hollow eyes locking onto mine. Why do you resist? It asked, voice smooth like silk, but laced with venom. You know you belong with us. Embrace the shadows. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I forced back rising fear. No! I yelled, feeling the light within me flare. I choose the light. With that declaration, I pulled the figure beside me and raised my hands, channeling every ounce of energy into a brilliant beam that erupted from my palms, illuminating the pit like a lighthouse in the deepest night. The shadows recoiled, shrieking as the light engulfed them, pushing back the wretched faces and their despairing cries. The skeletal figure faltered, eyes darting in rage as it attempted to step closer, but was held back by the radiance that erupted from within me. Let us out. We won't go back, my companion shouted, rallying with me, drawing strength from the light we shared. As the brilliance drove the darkness back, I spotted a jagged crevice in the wall, a possible way out. There, I pointed, urging us both, quick. We scrambled toward the opening, the light holding the shadows at bay, but I could feel the pressure building again. The creature's growl echoed once more, insistent and hungry. It was close, too close. In our frantic race, I could hear the whispers again, urgent and frantic. You will fail. You will become like us. Ignoring them, I focused on the crack, desperate to escape the fetid air of the pit. My fingers found holds in the stone, and I climbed upward, urging my companion to follow. The light flickered, fighting against the encroaching darkness, but we clung fiercely to it. Just as we neared the top, the growl erupted into an ear-splitting roar, shaking the very ground beneath us. I felt a rush of cold air as the shadows swirled violently, consuming the pit, trying to reclaim what they thought was theirs. Keep going. Don't look back, I shouted, my heart pounding as I pushed through the weight of the darkness drawing near. Finally, my fingers gripped the ledge, and I dragged myself out, pulling my companion with me just as a shadow lashed out, grazing my ankle with a sharp claw that burned like ice. We tumbled on a solid ground, gasping for breath, but I could still feel the darkness lurking just beyond the edge of the trees, waiting for us to falter. Together, we stumbled up the hill, the forest sprawling around us like a living nightmare. Where do we go? They asked, eyes wide with terror, the glow from my light growing fainter as exhaustion set in. I looked around, desperation clawing at my insides. The whispers had grown silent, but the tension remained thick, a palpable menace gripping the air. I could feel the shadows, dark, hungry, and persistent, echoing my fears and doubts. Hold my hand, I urged, channeling the light that still buzzed within me, extinguishing the remnants of dread. We can't let them get us. Just then, the forest shifted, the path before us winding in unexpected directions, as though the trees themselves conspired to lead us deeper into darkness. Tangles of branches reached out like clawed hands, grabbing at my arms and legs as I tried to push forward. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "I won't let it take me." With renewed purpose, I felt my inner light surge, illuminating the path ahead, but glimpses of haunting faces lingered in my mind. The lost souls calling out from the depths drew nearer, their despair wrapping around my heart like chains, begging for help, though I had my own battle to face. "Don't look back," I reminded myself, ignoring the chilling sensation creeping along my skin. "Remember who you are. Remember the light inside." Still, as I led my companion through the shifting maze of trees, I sensed a weight bearing down upon us. The footfalls of something larger approached from behind, each thud echoing with malicious intent, drawing ever closer as I struggled to maintain my grip on hope. The forest trees began to distort, warping into grotesque forms that mimicked the shadows. Fingers clawing, mouths gaping in silent wails that echoed deep in my mind, threatening to engulf me in hopelessness. "Don't let them in," I shouted, feeling my energy wane, the light dimming as if it were being snuffed out by an invisible force. I took a deep breath, forced the memory of the creature's twisted face from my mind, and focused on taking another step. "We will find a way out," I told my companion, though doubt seeped in even as I spoke, gnawing at the edges of my confidence. And just as we broke through a thicket into a small clearing, the beast erupted into view, towering and grotesque, its eyes glowing with a ravenous hunger that paralyzed me with fear. "You can't escape," it growled, voice like thunder, shaking both the ground and my resolve. "Run!" I shouted, yanking my companion away. We dashed toward the edge of the clearing, but the shadows seemed to swell, blocking our path with twisted shapes that twisted and turned, eager to feast on our fear. I could feel the panic rising, an electric pulse of despair threatening to consume us. "We need to get to the light." With every ounce of strength, I pushed forward, my companion at my side. The growling creature bore down on us, shadows coiling like a fog around its massive form, carrying the sense of death and despair. Suddenly, I spotted a flicker of warmth in the distance, glowing faintly like a lighthouse beckoning us to safety. "There!" I yelled, sprinting toward it with renewed determination. The growls behind us intensified, echoing like thunder as I grabbed hold of my companion's hand, pulling them along as fear clawed at my back. But in the final stretch toward the light, I felt the darkness close in, as if the shadows were wrapping around my legs, pulling me back with all their weight. "Don't let them take you," my companion screamed, fighting the pull. "Keep going," I shouted, pushing against the tangle of shadows, feeling the icy tendrils trying to drag me down. I fought to keep my light bright, letting it surge outward, pushing back against the darkness that threatened to bury us. In one desperate motion, I focused all my strength, amplifying the light within me until it burst forth in a magnificent wave, illuminating everything in its path. The shadows shrieked in horror, the grotesque forms dissolving into nothing as the light enveloped us completely. Finally, we broke free of the darkness, the oppressive weight lifting. We stumbled into the clearing, where the warmth of light washed over us, bathing us in a serene glow. Breathless and shaking, I turned to my companion, their face illuminated by the soft light. "We made it," I whispered, awe and relief flooding through me. But as we steadied ourselves, a lingering chill crept back, and a feeling washed over me, a realization creeping into my thoughts, like a shadow returning to the corners of my mind. "Not yet," I murmured, catching my breath. The whispers still echoed, distant and haunting, lingering on the edge of my consciousness as I stared into the glowing light that surrounded us. In that moment, I knew this wasn't over. It was simply the beginning. The fight against the darkness would continue, and I needed to be ready. With renewed determination, I faced the flickering warmth ahead, ready to confront whatever lay in wait. Yet even as I stepped into the light, somewhere in the depths of the woods, the shadowed figure began to rise again. They were preparing their next move, a sinister agenda aligning against me, plotting my undoing. We may have escaped this time, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The woods ahead felt deceptively calm, illuminated by the faint glow that pulsed around us. But I could sense an undercurrent of dread running through the air, a festering tension that made my skin crawl. "Are we safe now?" my companion asked, their voice trembling slightly. I looked around, scanning the trees that loomed overhead like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches swaying gently in the night breeze. The light we carried was still a beacon, but its glow felt fragile, as if it could be snuffed out at any moment. I think so for now," I replied, though doubt coiled in my gut. "But we can't let our guard down." With every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs, my heart pounded in my chest. Our escape felt like a temporary reprieve, a lull before a storm. As I stepped deeper into the clearing, I suddenly noticed the ground shifting beneath my feet. The soil was soft and damp, as if it had recently been disturbed. A sense of unease swept over me, and I knelt to examine the earth. What I found sent chills down my spine. A series of jagged claw marks raked deeply into the ground, as if something had been desperately clawing its way out. The realization hit me like a cold slap. Whatever had been pursuing us might not just be lurking nearby. It had been here, and it could return at any moment. "Look at this," I said, pointing to the marks. My companion's face paled as they took in the sight. "We need to move," they said urgently, glancing nervously at the trees that framed the clearing. I nodded, rising quickly. "Let's stick close to the light." We resumed our hurried pace, pushing deeper into the forest, but the air felt heavier with every step. The whispers returned, slithering through the leaves, reaching for me like ghostly fingers curling around my mind. "Turn back. You don't belong here." "No," I muttered to myself, shaking my head violently to dismiss their clamor. I had to stay focused. I had to lead us to safety. After what felt like hours, we finally found a narrow path stretching out before us, scattered with luminous mushrooms that pulsed softly like dying stars. "Is that a way out?" my companion asked, hope flickering in their eyes. "It might be," I replied, feeling a mix of caution and curiosity welling within me. The path felt strangely inviting, the glow of the mushrooms illuminating the dirt ahead, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was very wrong. As we began to walk, I suddenly heard it, a low growl emanating from deeper in the woods, a sound that resonated through the air like a warning. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze. The growling intensified, reverberating against the trees, growing louder and more menacing. I turned to my companion, eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" They nodded, gripping my hand tighter. "What is it?" Before I could respond, the underbrush erupted with movement, and from the shadows flew a creature of nightmare, a twisted mass of fur and teeth, limbs bent at unnatural angles, its eyes glowing like embers in the night. Fear gripped my heart as it lunged forward, its maw snapping dangerously close to me. "Run!" I yelled, adrenaline pumping through my veins as we darted down the mushroom-lit path. My feet pounded against the soft earth, the creature hot on our heels, its growls echoing behind us. Panic surged as I glanced back and saw its grotesque form streaking through the trees. In a frenzied rush, we veered off the main path, hoping to lose it in the dense thicket, branches clawing at our skin like the hands of the damned. A sudden thought struck me. "The light," I gasped, realizing we needed it now more than ever. "We can't just rely on our legs." My companion nodded, and together we stopped, focusing on the flickering glow that pulsed faintly between us. I closed my eyes, feeling the energy surge within, summoning all I had to protect us from the encroaching darkness. I raised my hands, channeling the light into a brilliant sphere that burst forth, illuminating the forest in a warm, golden glow. The creature halted, skidding to a stop as the light flooded its twisted shape. But as it recoiled, its form began to shift, melding into the shadows as if the darkness itself were protecting it. "Keep it up," my companion urged, their eyes wide as they scanned the perimeter, the shadows churning and writhing in response to our light. But as I concentrated, sweat beading on my forehead, I felt the familiar, piercing gaze of something ancient and malevolent. The shadows around us whispered again, their voices more intense, their anger rising. "You cannot hold the light. You belong to the darkness." "No!" I screamed, desperation creeping into my voice as the darkness pooled at my feet, pulling at my ankles as I struggled to maintain the glow. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a shadow creeping behind my companion, slowly wrapping around their leg, dragging them back toward the encroaching dark. "Help!" they cried, panic filling their voice as they fought against the unseen force. "No!" I shouted, feeling a surge of rage and fear combining, burning fiercely within me. I thrust my arms forward, unleashing every ounce of light I had. "Get away from them!" The sphere of light burst bright, casting the shadows back in an eye-blinding flare, but the creature ferociously pushed through the light, unrelenting. Its grotesque form lunged at my companion, mouth wide, ready to claim them. I noticed the faint outline of the mushroom path behind us, a potential escape, and without a second thought, I grabbed my companion's hand, pulling them forward as I darted back to the path. "Trust me, just keep going." We ran blind, the light fading as the shadows began to swell again, reaching toward us like tendrils of smoke. My heart raced as I could feel the jagged edges of panic gnawing at my mind, the haunting wails echoing louder with each step I took. "Where are we even going?" my companions shouted, struggle evident in their voice. "Somewhere the darkness can't touch us," I called back, though I had no idea where that might be. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet trembled, and the trees began to sway violently, like angry giants fighting against an unseen force. "Something's wrong," I yelled, realizing we might be trapped in a sudden surge of chaos. Branches snapped above us, raining splitters across the path as we pushed forward, adrenaline flooding through my system, urging me to keep moving to escape this terrifying nightmare. The air felt electric with energy, and from the depths of the shadows, ethereal whispers danced through the trees, enchanting and terrifying all at once. "Join us! Embrace your fate!" the voices beckoned. "No!" I screamed, drowning out their call as I stumbled forward. Then I caught a glimpse beyond the trees, a distant, flickering light. It was unlike any brightness I had seen before, dancing in hues of golden and crimson, calling to us as if it were a sanctuary waiting to be reached. "There!" I pointed towards the light, and in that moment I felt a surge of hope. If we can just reach it, maybe we can escape. As we moved towards the light, the shadows thickened around us, swirling like a storm, their whispers rising to a fevered pitch, an angry chorus demanding surrender. "You will not leave. You will always belong to us." Breathless and exhausted, I pushed onward. My heart pounded erratically as I clung to my companion, willing them to keep up. The shadows clawed ever closer, trying to pull us back into their cold embrace. But I focused on the pulsing light in the distance, urging us both on with every ounce of strength I could muster. When we stumbled into the clearing, the air crackled with energy, and the light blazed brilliantly, illuminating everything around us. For a fleeting moment, it felt like safety, a temporary refuge from the encroaching darkness. But as I turned to catch my breath, I noticed the ground beneath the light began to shift, slithering as if alive. "What now?" I whispered, eyes wide with fear as the ground trembled again, and the glow flickered ominously. No, I breathed, realizing our fight was far from over. The warmth of the light flickered like a candle in a gale, and the shadows screeched in fury, retaliating against our intrusion. Just then, the ground erupted. A gaping maw of darkness opened beneath our feet, threatening to swallow us whole. "Run!" I screamed, knowing we couldn't let the abyss take us. We dashed toward the flickering light, the shadows lunging behind us, the creature's growls echoing in the chaos. I could feel its breath, cold and rancid, on my neck, urging me to succumb. Panic surged within me as I sprinted toward the light, almost tangible now, pulsing in rhythm with my own heartbeat. "We can't stop! We're almost there!" I shouted, gripping my companion's hand tighter, willing us to push through the last barrier between us and salvation. The shadows met us with full force, swirling violently, trying to pull us back. It felt like struggling in a dream where every action was stifled, and the joy of escape seemed eternally out of reach. I surged forward, feeling the energy deep within me, the last reserves of power coursing through my veins. "Hold on!" I yelled, throwing everything I had left into creating a shield of light around us as we hurtled toward the flickering brightness. With one last push, we leaped, no longer fighting but surrendering ourselves to the light. And then everything exploded into brilliance. The world around us shattered like glass, cascading into a kaleidoscopic spectacle of colors beyond imagination. We floated, suspended in the dazzling glow, and soon I felt the grasp of darkness tearing away, dissolving into the air like mist in the morning sun. But even in this moment of triumph, a whisper lingered, reminding me the fight was not over. As the brilliance faded to a soft glow, I could still feel the remnants of the shadows lingering just outside, waiting for their chance to reclaim what I had fought so hard to keep. "We made it," my companion whispered, breathless with disbelief. "Yes," I replied, but my gaze remained fixed on the edges of the light. "But we need to be ready. They won't let us go so easily." In that moment, I understood this journey was merely the beginning. The battle wasn't just against the creatures born of dark. It was about holding on to hope and light within, even as the shadows haunted my steps, waiting to turn me and the world dark once more. And deep down, I sensed that lurking in the depths of the forest, the shadows still plotted, biding their time, trying to ensnare anyone reckless enough to venture into their realm again. As we stepped forward into the gentle glow, I swore I could hear them whispering still, subsiding only for now, preparing for the next confrontation. This wouldn't be the end, not by a long shot, and I knew whatever came next, I would have to face it with my light shining bright, no matter how dire the shadows grew. After what felt like a lifetime in that radiant space, the warm glow began to fade. Darkness crept back, wrapping around me, and I shivered at the thought of what was lurking just beyond the light. I caught my breath, still clinging to the feeling of safety, yet a gnawing anxiety gripped my insides. "Do you feel that?" I turned to my companion, whose eyes darted around as if searching for something hidden in the dark. "Yeah," they whispered, voice trembling. "It feels wrong." The fading glow cast long shadows that flickered ominously, stretching across the ground like ghostly fingers reaching for us. "What if it comes back?" I asked, glancing over my shoulder, half expecting the creature to leap out from the shadows any second. "We can't stay here. We have to find a way out." We took a cautious step forward, moving from the dying light that had briefly shielded us. The darkness felt heavier as we ventured deeper into the woods, a thick mist swirling around our feet like drifting smoke, curling and twisting, whispering secrets I was too afraid to listen to. As we pressed on, the trees began to morph again, their branches twisting into sinister shapes that mirrored faces frozen in agony. It was as if the forest itself was alive, feeding off our fear. The air thickened, and a damp chill seeped into my bones. Then I heard the whispers, soft, sibilant, threading through the air like a snake. "Come play, we've been waiting." I shivered, clutching my companion's hand tighter. "Did you hear that?" They nodded, eyes wide with terror. "What do we do?" "Stay close to me," I said, trying to steady my voice. "And whatever you do, don't listen to them." We hurried through the trees, the whispers growing louder, wrapping around us like a noose. "Join us, it's so much fun. Don't be afraid." The allure of their voices was strong, almost comforting, but I forced myself to focus on the jagged sounds of our hurried footsteps and the racing beat of my heart. With each step, the shadows swirled closer, and I could almost feel their cold breath on my neck. Suddenly, the ground dropped away beneath us, and we stumbled into a hollow, a deep pit surrounded by towering trees, their trunks twisted and gnarled. At the bottom of the pit, a thick fog swirled like restless spirits, and I could see shapes flitting through it, shadowy figures dancing just out of reach. "It's a trap," my companion gasped, their voice rising in pitch. "We have to climb back up." I glanced back up the pit, the steep walls slick with mud and roots that seemed to retreat from our touch. "I don't know if we can," I replied, panic clawing at my throat. The shadows at the edge of the pit writhed, pulsating with life as they whispered encouragement. "Stay with us. It's safe here." "No!" I cried, shaking my head fiercely. "We can't listen." But the figures in the fog grew bolder, silhouettes reaching out, almost beckoning us to join them. That's when I saw it, a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a glimpse of something larger lurking just beyond the fog. A hulking shadow more menacing than the last, its eyes glinted malevolently, hungry and waiting. "Run!" I shouted, adrenaline pumping through my veins. We dashed further into the hollow, the mist swirling heavily around us, the pit's walls seeming to close in. The dark figures flickered closer, their whispers growing into a chaotic cacophony of laughter and cries, urging us to give in, to succumb to the darkness. "Don't look at them!" I yelled, barely able to keep the terror from my voice. I focused on the fog ahead, my heart pounding as I sensed the creature behind us shifting, as if preparing to pounce. We dashed into the thickest part of the fog, the whispers fading into delirious laughter, almost drowning out the growl of the beast. But amidst the swirling mist, I felt an eerie shift, the heavy, oppressive weight of something unseen closing in around us. Suddenly, a chilling laugh erupted from the darkness, echoing around us as the shadows erupted into chaos. I turned to see the hulking figure fully formed now, its grotesque face twisted in a malicious grin, razor-sharp teeth shining in the dim light. "Stay with us," it roared, each syllable dripped with venomous delight. "You'll never escape us." Instinct kicked in, and we stumbled back toward the pit's edge, but the ground trembled as if the very earth was fighting to keep us down. "No! We have to get out!" I screamed, desperation clawing at my throat. "Help!" my companion shouted, lunging for the slippery roots that dangled from the top. But as they reached for safety, the mist slithered up, grabbing at their ankles, as if the fog had its own life force, pulling them down into the depths. "Don't let it take you," I shouted, lunging forward and grabbing their wrist. My pulse thundered in my ears as I felt the darkness tugging, trying to sever our connection. With every ounce of strength, I pulled, feeling the wet mud tugging at my feet. "Hold on, just a little longer." The shadows snapped and crackled around us, gnashing their teeth in fury as they battled my light. "You can't fight what's destined to consume you," the creature growled menacingly. But I could feel my light fighting back, igniting like a flare against the encroaching shadows. The glow shone fiercely, casting the area in a brilliant flash that momentarily pushed back the mist, and I saw the panic in my companion's eyes. "Don't let go," I urged, my voice hoarse as I fought against the weight of shadows. Suddenly, I recalled the shimmering mushrooms, their soft light imprinted in my memory. There has to be a way. With a surge of determination, I instinctively swung back toward the wall of the pit, spotting a cluster of mushrooms shimmering faintly along the edge. "We can get to those." "Are you crazy?" my companion shouted, panic-stricken but resolute. "No, just trust me." I felt the tug of the shadows dragging me deeper, but I let the glow swell once more, focusing on the mushrooms. As I drew closer, their soft light began to intensify, illuminating more of our surroundings. With one powerful lunge, I reached for the closest mushroom, its delicate glow pulsing warmly against my fingers. The moment I touched it, energy exploded through me, radiating outward like a shockwave. The darkness recoiled, shrieking in anger as I grasped the mushroom tightly, hoping to harness its power. "Now!" I yelled, pulling my companion alongside as the mist shrank back, driven by the sudden light. Together, we followed the path of mushrooms, their glow guiding us through the haze, hopeful for a way out. Yet just when I believed we had created enough distance, the air crackled ominously, and I suddenly felt a hand, cold and clammy, grasp my shoulder. It yanked me backwards, wrenching me out of the light's embrace. "No!" I screamed, shocked as I turned to face the source. The creature loomed above me, its eyes glinting with a frenzied hunger, claws extended like knives ready to deliver the final blow. But I refused to give in. I gathered every ounce of light I had left, channeling it into a brilliant flare that surged from my palms, aiming straight at the beast. "Get away!" I cried, and as the light burst from me, it collided with the chilling darkness, illuminating the surrounding trees in radiant gold. And for a heartbeat, I felt powerful, unstoppable. The creature screeched as the light enveloped it, momentarily pushing it back. "You can't escape," it howled, but its voice was tinged with uncertainty. The sight fueled my resolve as I yanked at my companion again, dragging us along the mushrooms, their glow guiding us to safety. But the beast wasn't finished. It lunged, shadowy tendrils wrapping around my legs, pulling me down as I fought with everything I had. My heart raced, and I churned my arms, desperately throwing light wherever I could, trying to break free as I felt the shadows clawing at my skin. Just then, more shadows arrived, dark figures flooding the hollow like a tidal wave. "Join us! You belong to us now," they cried, their combined voices a horrifying blend of anger and seduction. I realized we were encircled, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos around us. The glowing mushrooms flickered nervously. Their light whimpered under the weight of the dark. My panic surged, and in a moment of desperation, I bent down, ripping a mushroom from its base, clutching it tightly as I turned to face the encroaching shadows. "I won't let you take me," I screamed, feeling the rush of power surge through me once more. I thrust the mushroom forward as if it were a weapon, directing the light toward the shadows choking us. The darkness hissed, recoiling as the light burst from the mushroom, illuminating my surroundings in an explosion of color and warmth. But the moment was fleeting. The shadows surged forward relentlessly, eager to consume my light. "Stay close!" I yelled, yanking my companion toward me once more. We began to run again down the path, using the mushrooms as our guide, but the growls of the beast and the whispers of the shadows were growing louder, drowning out everything else. As we sprinted, I could feel the darkness creeping back like it was alive, clawing at our backs, hungry to claim us once more. And just when I thought we had a chance to escape, I stumbled, falling to the ground. The moment I crashed down, the ground beneath me began to shift and twist. I felt like I was sliding down a slope toward the fog, tendrils curling up to drag me further into the darkness. "Help!" I shouted, scrambling to rise, but the shadows swirled around me, taunting and pulling me deeper. "No, I'm not giving up!" I yelled, pushing against the ground with everything I had, blood pounding in my ears as I forced myself up again. But just as I regained my footing, the creature lunged. I felt the cold rush of its presence, the air going thick like a blanket of despair, crushing me down. With one final surge of courage, I swung the glowing mushroom at the beast, hoping to create an opening. I didn't realize how close I had been standing to the abyss until my feet slipped again, and I felt myself teetering on the edge. "Catch me!" I screamed at my companion, my heart racing as I fought against the pull of darkness. "I won't leave you," they shouted, but I could see the shadow falling around them, a grim tide rising, ready to snatch them away. I grabbed for the last glimmer of light, launching it forward, but the shadows erupted, engulfing the area in darkness again. I could barely see anything, just hear the echoes of laughter and cries spiraling out into oblivion. The last thing I saw before everything went black was the terrified look on my companion's face, blending into the shadows as they fought to hold their ground. Then, the darkness swallowed us whole. In an instant, the world vanished. There was nothing but silence, a suffocating, consuming silence, punctuated only by the sound of my own panicking heartbeat echoing in my ears. I held on to the fading light, terrified of what awaited me in this endless void, knowing that the shadows were still out there, watching, waiting, and perhaps stronger than I could ever imagine. Suddenly, the silence began to pulse, a rhythmic beat resonating through the void that matched the frantic pace of my heart. It's as if the darkness had a life of its own, communicating in ways I couldn't understand. I felt a pressing weight surrounding me, like 100 cold hands crawling up my skin, squeezing tighter and tighter. Panic rose in my throat, pushing me to call out, to reach for my companion. But no sound escaped my lips. Then, out of the suffocating stillness, whispers erupted again, more violent and frenzied this time, weaving through the air like sharp blades. "You'll never escape," they sneered, each word a dagger that pierced my hope. "Join us and be free." Their cruel laughter echoed around me, twisting the void into a maelstrom of terror. Images flashed in my mind. My companion's terrified face, the glimmer of the mushrooms, even the forest's taunting shadows. Each memory felt like a trap, reminding me of the fate that awaited anyone who dared reject the darkness. I stumbled back, fighting against the encroaching whispers and the deep chill wrapping around me. Gritting my teeth, I clenched the mushroom tight, digging deep for the memory of its light, focusing on the warmth I once felt. As I concentrated, I felt the mushroom pulsing against my palm, and an ember of strength ignited in my chest. With a hoarse scream, I forced out the words, "No, I won't give in." The void recoiled, sending shockwaves rippling through the darkness as fragments of light burst from my grip, illuminating shapes within the black. I caught glimpses of the shadows, grotesque and writhing, becoming agitated by the light I produced. I could hear their frantic hisses like angry rats, exclaiming how foolish I was to resist. "You can't win. Join us." But as I stood there, light coursing through me like wildfire, I remembered something. Deep within me, there was a resilience born from fear, a burning desire to survive. I saw visions of brighter days, laughter shared with my companion, warmth of the sun, and the taste of freedom. That was my power. That was what I had to hold on to. With renewed determination, I spun around in the darkness, directing my light wherever the dread was densest, where the shadows seemed most alive. It surged outward, a brilliant wave smashing through the layers of darkness, scattering the swirling mass that had claimed so much of my hope. I could feel their fury, the shadows thrashing as they cried out, "You think you can escape?" "Yes," I shouted back, my voice breaking through the clamoring shadows. The light enveloped me entirely, pushing back against the onslaught, and in that moment, I saw the outline of my companion struggling at the edge of the shadowy state. "Hold on!" With every ounce of energy left, I charged towards them, the light flickering desperately in my hands. I reached for them, and at that moment, I felt the icy grip of the shadows beginning to slacken, drawn back by the brilliance I radiated. Their furious wails echoed behind me, but I didn't look back. I focused only on reaching my companion. "Grab my hand," I pleaded, stretching my arm out as far as I could. The darkness receded just enough for them to see me, their gaze locking onto the light illuminating my face, a spark of hope glimmering in their eyes. "Please!" Finally, they lunged towards me, grasping my hand just as the shadows lunged back, snapping their teeth like a pack of feral dogs. I could feel their fury and disbelief rising, trying to snatch my companion away. But we held fast, hands clasped tightly. Together, we gathered our strength, and with the glowing mushroom firmly in my grasp, we forced our way back through the void, creating a shield of blinding light that shimmered around us. "We won't let you take us," I cried out, our voices mingling into a single cry of defiance. The last remnants of darkness shrieked in agony as we pushed through, ripping through the fabric of shadows that sought to consume us. Slowly, the space around us brightened, the sinister laughter weakening into hollow echoes, until finally, the last grips of darkness evaporated, bursting into tiny motes of darkness that scattered into nothingness. As we stumbled back into the reality of the forest, the trees swaying softly in the breeze, I fell to my knees, gasping for breath. The glow of the mushrooms cast a warm light around us, and I felt the ground solidly beneath my feet again. It was over. For now. But I knew the shadows hadn't vanished completely. They were still out there, a lurking threat waiting for another chance to pull us back into their madness. The whispers faded into a distant memory, but I could feel them, hiding just beyond the edge of light, watching and waiting for my moment of weakness. "We did it," my companion exclaimed, breathless with relief. But as joy filled me, that insistent feeling of dread nestled back in. The idea that every shadow carries secrets, and darkness is never far behind. I took a deep breath, holding on to that light within me, knowing that even if they tried to come for us again, I wouldn't face it alone. As we emerged from the forest, the moon hung high in the sky, casting silver beams that illuminated our path forward. I took one last glance behind, half expecting to see the shadows emerging once more. But the woods lay silent. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the distant cries of night creatures. Still, something deep inside me knew. I felt their presence lingering close. The battle may have been won, but the war was far from over. What seemed like freedom now felt like an uneasy pause. One moment of solace before the next storm, the next round in a ceaseless struggle against the unrelenting darkness that wished to claim me. I stood tall, my companion's hand firmly in mine, ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that we were stronger than the shadows that haunted us. We would fight, not just for survival, but for the light that refused to be snuffed out, the hope that would guide us through even the darkest of nights.